stop this conversation. We got no relation. It's crazy. You could save me from my isolation. My mind's too complicated. I stop these conversations. It's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation. It's crazy. And it goes like this. You could save me. I stop these conversations.
And welcome back, everybody. It is week number 50, the big 50 here at Frost Esports RL, and it's a Valorant week number 50 yet again. I am Edu, joined by Starcoin Hero. Starcoin, I'm ready to cash out and see who's going to be taking it today. Who we got competing?
We got 4 teams left. We've had over 50 enter the tournament, but now we're down to 4, the semifinalists. We got a matchup for you today. Red Flag versus Mimic GG. The first matchup of the day, the first semifinals, the only semifinals that'll be on broadcast. Got a best of 3. First map, we go to the sandy wasteland of Bind.
Yeah, honestly, Bind, it's got the fancy technological difference. The teleporters make it special, but what else makes it special is who is going to be locking in what? A double smoke already getting insta-locked here by Red on the side of attack here. Now, Red Flag, let's see if we see any red flags, if we want to date them or not, as these guys are maybe doing an outdated play style. This is not the meta that you would expect here, but of course, Viper's always good. It's pretty much where you want it. But the thing is, the only Sentinel they're rocking is going to be Sage, with Viper being that pseudo-Sentinel. So on defense, I think they might run into a few issues, but looking at the defense team, Pelton Chamber, as much as I just said I don't like the attack side team composition, it's better than having Chamber on that team instead, because other than that, it would be a mirrored comp.
Yeah, it would be Edu. And let's take a look over on this side. We got double healer. We got Skye up here. We got Sage down here. So there's going to be a lot of health regained by this Red Flag side. Let's see if that's going to help them a lot. Of course, Sage, in the current meta, you can absolutely switch her out for a more utility-based agent rather than just going for the heals all the time. But who knows? Maybe the res is going to come in helpful. The overgrowth by Skye might be able to save a round or two. We don't know yet. We're going to know in a few moments. First map, like we said, Bind. I think that the walls are going to be pretty useful as well. The barrier orbs from Sage. I don't hate the pick. I'm not going to say I love it just yet. But we'll see if I love it by the end of this map. Let's get it on. Mimic on defense. And of course, Red Flag taking it on the attack.
Yeah, already starting off pistol round, following Ukine and following our producer and observer of the day, Nick NCS. So if you guys like what you're seeing observer-wise, or if you don't, you can always shout out Nick for what you're watching. But let's see what these guys are actually going to be bringing to the table, as it is a triple stack over by B. Lots in hookah and garden. But it's an A push at the end of the day with 2 in showers. Now, stacking up showers, it's a smart play because you can get either an early flank or might be able to catch them off guard with that. So let's see what they can do. The bomb immediately getting planted, and now we're in a post plant less than a minute into the round.
Beaver lands the first frag. Classic headshot. Easy money there. Phalanx gets one as well. Actually, Beaver stealing it away. Trying to get this retake to come through. Paint shells. Takes down Duca to under half. Right click lands. Beaver now down, and the heals coming in early. And just like that, round evened up. 2 versus 2 as Pelt taking up so much space. Torski wins out the Raze duel, and 2v1. Tosk just needs to land this diffused, land a shot. Pelt lands it. Shoulder shots, no head. Red Flag's going to take round 1, stealing it away. 23 HP left for Duca.
Yeah, only 23 HP left, and that tells you everything you might need to see, with Duca clutching it up very close on the money there. And, what we are going to be expecting now is going to be some buys coming out. 1 hero rifle. It's the Vandal in the hands of Duca. After that triple kill, clutch, and bomb plant, you are swimming in cash. And then we also have Rice Ballin trying to catch up with a Bulldog as the second buy. But I'm looking at the defense. They're not forcing up. They are rocking some Sheriffs, but with the current meta, Sheriffs on round 2, incredibly common right now.
No surprise there. 3 Sheriffs, 2 Classics for Tosk and Pelt. What they have up their sleeves. And of course, Red Flag going to take it slow. They got the bigger buy, so they have to take these long-range fights if they want the better shots, of course. We got Animal, Rice Ball, and Click Shift all on Spectre, so they can just run and gun, really just throw caution to the wind, and they'll likely be able to land the shots. Because close range, I'm going to be honest, a Sheriff is not what you want to have. A Classic can do a lot of damage with the right click, but a Sheriff's not going to work. And reason A, right there, If you miss your first shot, you're simply dead and your round's over. 5v3, B site about to be executed on. Blast pack lands, and now B site is firmly under attacker control. Tosk trying to keep it up, but the jig is done. 4v2 as the plant goes down.
Yeah, plant now going down. Duca making sure to be on a beautiful high ground position as Viper. Maybe this angle is not going to be expected, but Beaver is swinging but missing. Now it's just going to be up to Phalanx here with, of course, a Sheriff in hand, a 1v4. A lot of hopes, a lot of dreams, but let's see if they can actually make it work. You can right around the corner, might be able to find them, but I don't know if Phalanx is going to be able to get at least one, and that's what you need to do in this position, and it is going to happen, but Duca gets 4.
4K, nearly the ace, and that is a 7-0 start for this Viper player. Early start, but still, you rarely ever see your smoke on the top of the leaderboard. But today, we get to see it, and I am all for it. Duca been playing really good these first 2 rounds. Let's see if they can keep it up further on. Let's see how we get into these mid rounds, these later on in the halves. As we get further on, this play is going to adjust. The first 2 rounds, pretty easy for Red Flag. I'm looking to see Mimic try to hold off a little bit better. First round, of course, ended in a 1v1, but Mimic absolutely got the better of him in the skirmish. Round 2 was theirs from the start. Let's see how the bonus goes.
Let's hopefully see how it goes in a positive direction here for the attack. I like that. I always root for the people trying to win a bonus. It doesn't matter which team it is. If you're going for a bonus, you know, odds are stacked against you, and that's who I root for. But look at these guys. They're uprooting their whole plant style, and instead of taking a TP to rotate right into Pelt here, who does have, of course, a Vandal in hand, a 1-tap down, a 2-tap down, and now it's going to be a beautiful round here as the spike is fallen in Hookah, but right back in the hands of Rice Ballin. They can re-hit A. I mean, that's the thing about Bind. It doesn't really keep you locked in here.
And with just Phalanx on this site, this might make it a little easier rather than hard. If they can get this spike down pretty quickly, they might have a real shot at winning this round. Phalanx holding it down in the smoke. Rice Ballin, of course, leading the charge. Very low HP on this guy. Phalanx can peek at the right time. They might be able to find that frag, find this round secure. 1 kill. There's 1 for Phalanx. Rice Ballin's down, and now it's Duca. Been so good for the first few rounds, but they need to find all 5, and they're not going to do it. Bonus goes to Mimic.
Bonus does go, but 3 players were eliminated, so that means 1 player is not going to be able to buy up with the rest of their team. They're on a broke streak right now, so that is going to be a little rough, and due to that, I can't expect, you know, maybe a force up here of a Sheriff, a Marshal, maybe even a Guardian if they are able to go light armor, but it's up against a team with binds now. Of course, attack, Red Flag, GG, they're going to be trying to bring out the real rifles, and round 4 is where the game, in my opinion, starts picking up. That's where you're going to be seeing rifle versus rifle, some ultimates on the board. That's where Valorant really starts feeling like a game of Valorant. But let's see what they can do now that with these ultimates on the defense side, how are they going to stop attack's push with these newfound stronger caliber rounds?
Mimic's able to get that ult orb. Surprisingly, I honestly expected to just get completely domed, but Phalanx steals it away, and now the orbital strike is in the back pocket. That's going to be very dangerous if it comes down to a plant scenario, especially in these late rounds when there's like 10 to 8 seconds left to get that bomb down. If that orbital strike goes off, you can kiss this round goodbye. Might be going a little bit too far ahead into the future. Take it a little slower. Got some jumping around the corner for Duca. Frag found. Click shift takes away the flash for this defense. That's going to make the eyes hurt a little less. As nearing the halfway point, it has been all Red Flag taking the first frag, and now they have an advantage.
Good flashbang. That's what you need to be seeing there, but let's see what else they can do. Rice Ballin trying to get information for this team, but I'm looking at the Viper on the flank who might actually run into Animal here. Beaver. Here's a lot, but the ultimates are flying around on the other side of the map, and Phalanx is good for 2. Toastgrease here as well, but now it's just up to 1 on site. Ukine, 1v3, 13 HP. Is it a lucky number or can it be unlucky? Let's find out with 7 seconds in a dream. Looks like that is going to be a clean shot through a box, and defense manages to take this round. now Attack is completely losing their momentum.
The wallbang wins it for Mimic, and like you said, Attack is now in shambles with 5 Sheriffs. We are going to need the power of Marty Robbins with a big iron on his hip. But I don't know if it's going to happen. So far, the Sheriffs have not been cooking too good. They've been trying, but they've mostly just been burning the souffle, and now they're going to switch off the Sheriffs. I wanted to see the 5 irons, but nah, we're going to get a couple stingers, a frenzy. Rice Ballin going to stick with the revolver. But will it work? So far, Rice Ballin does not have a single frag. Let's hope that changes this round number 5.
Yeah, I was expecting them to just rock with the Sheriffs because it is a little bit more of an economo play, but maybe they just didn't like Marty Robbins. No Fallout New Vegas references here, but let's see what they can do now that they are holding this down. And look at Timo and look at Pelt. They're in a great position to just be able to stop anybody from getting aggressive. And this kind of angle might be winnable. But Nade takes out Animal. There is a Viper Pit to hold the point, but this is a very expensive ultimate to use.
Stinger's still there. If they can get 1 kill, maybe a second. No, second's not found. UKInd tries their best, but it's not good enough. 3K, the 3-piece for the Rays. And now Toskry 3 points away from the showstopper, as it did not take long for them to lose it and then get it right back. And Mimic takes the lead off the bonus the second round after, and now the 5th with a defuse win. Red Flag starting to slip and fall. They've lost 3 in a row. They're going to need to start winning here because they're kind of out of money. They're putting everything into this round. The richest player only has 800 after the buy.
Ooh, that's not ideal here. But here's the thing. At least it is a buy. Previous round, they didn't have one, and we saw what happened. They invested in ultimate, and that went nowhere. They managed to get maybe 1 kill, but that was the only kill they got for the entire round. Now, 3-2 on the scoreboard. If they want to take this game back, they have to win a buy round, and this is the round that matters most. So how are they going to do it with the triple stack defense side on A, and of course the spike on the other side of the map?
Not good. Oh, but click shift. Really good shot there. Takes the smoke away, at least half of them. Viper's still up. Those sky smokes are very good for precision. You can't get as much or as precise with the Viper's poison clouds or the wall. Still, very winnable round. You would like to have a tied ball game, but we don't have one. 5 versus 4. Duka swings around, lands the shot onto Toskry, and sight is completely theirs. Trades it off. Click shift goes down through the wall, but the spike needs to go down sooner rather than later. They're just giving Mimic time to catch up.
Yeah, giving Mimic a great time here, but look at that. We are seeing the bomb get planted regardless, and yeah, they might have time to catch up, but do they have the ability to clutch up? It's a 3 against 4, so they're at a life disadvantage, so they have a decent amount of HP, but I'm looking at those ultimates. If they can get a res off here for the side of attack, if any of these trades happen, that's where the problem really starts to fly. But let's see what they can do now. Pushing together, all or nothing, no one on the flank. Duka guarding well, but there's the ultimates, but there's a double kill down, and it makes it a triple in total with a amazing orbital strike there.
That's how the orbital strike is so good. One of the best ultimates in the game in the right situation. If it's a skirmish for the bomb, I don't think there's any other ult I would want rather than the orbital strike. Maybe Hunter's Fury, but honestly, even then, after the stats are all put together, I'm still taking the orbital strike, but that's just me. Good round by Red Flag, ties it back up, wins a buy round, which is important. That's what we were worrying about. We were kind of weary as to how they could handle their buy round because they started off with a really nice piss around, but the buy rounds were pretty lackluster. Now they've proven they can win one. They just need to keep it up.
They do need to keep it up. They have to try their best if they want to be able to keep this just slow flow cooking, because right now it's going to be a trickle here on this map. You can tell that both of these teams are relatively even, but I'm looking at Pelt. This is a chamber, 1 away from an ultimate, and has an operator. So that's a weapon you don't want to stay in the hands of a chamber for very long, let alone anybody else. But let's see what these guys can do, as it is going to be a triple long B push into a little bit of a lurk from the Sage and maybe a decent push up in hookah from the Viper. But I still like the way that these guys have been able to read it. Mimic GG always has 3 on the site that's getting pushed.
It'll be a 3 versus 3 whenever these red flag players decide to push. 40 seconds to go, and we've seen some utility dumped off, but nothing really forward moving. Of course, still playing near mid. It's a 2-on-1 over there, though. And Beaver taking out Animo over on the A site is not good for the lifeline. 5v4 with only 20 ticks left. Duke is able to win a fight, but it's traded out immediately. Rushing for the site. Timo lands another with a headshot. Rice Ballin going to get this spike down, but they are not out of the waters yet. Last 2 players left alive on a sliver of HP. Give him the wall bang, give him the 3K, and give him round number 4.
Yeah, give him that 4th round win, and now we are seeing just what Timo can really do. I mean, how much damage that he just dealt was wall bangs. I think all of it to that raise. It comes down to, how to be aware of what could be behind. Object permanence, definitely a thing that these guys have, and they are making sure to rock it. Timo, one of those players that you always can consistently find frags on, and now 555 is the stat line for them. But let's talk about stat lines. Rice Ballin ain't ballin' right now. 0-6. I'm hoping that if they at least get some more picks, they should be doing okay. Because I still think, 0 kills, that's fine if you had the assist for it, but they're just not there yet.
Very slow start from Rice Ballin, and especially on an agent like Sky, I would like to see at least a few assists. But right now, I'm just not seeing anything, and that is just a very unwise decision to peek that. That he has an op. It's a save round. Sheriff, I get the ego peaks, but you can absolutely turn an eco round into a win if you play it right. Click shift. Bad choice. And now Mimic's going to have an easy 1-up this round.
An easy 1-up, maybe. That's the thing, though. We don't know what these players are cooking up over on B right now. There are 3 stacked on A. They managed to get their 1. But can they hold it enough against 2 players now ready to push up? But wait a second. Just a classic. And no, that's not going to work. Well, Spike is down. 1v5. Good luck.
GL, clutch or kick? Duka, what you got for us? Toski just going to put out the boombot just to see. And Duka, honestly, if you're able to get 3, I'll be impressed. 25 HP. There's 1, Duka. Hold on a sec. Maybe we're not done just yet. Spraying with the Phantom. Over half HP taken away. And now the chase coming in. Wallbang. And we're done. 5 rounds. 2-round advantage. And Timo. Really nice performance. And Rice Ballin still with a goose egg on the table of kills.
Yeah, still rocking this pretty well. I mean, I like what we're seeing from them. They're definitely pushing themselves a little bit apart from these teams. I mean, it was very close early on, but now that Mimic GG have managed to win 2 in a row, the last time they did that, they won another. So could we see this curve happen? This is all up to the buy round here for the side of Red Flag. And I'm hoping Red Flag doesn't wave a white flag, as they are going to be pushing up against a team that, yes, consistently, I believe, has won the past 3 weeks of Frost Esport Weeklies. And of course, this one is a big one. $250 on the line compared to 100.
Quick rush by Click Shift. The Blast Pack doing bad things to the spray control. Tosk, easy kill, easy frag. Not necessarily easy, but it was not the worst thing in the world. The Blast Pack definitely assisted. Red Flag keeps on pushing, trying to get onto this A side. It's going to be a full rush. There's going to be a plant, but Tosk, look at the showstopper, but no frag is found. And the res, triple for Beaver, and now they got a 2-man advantage. Still trying to get the spike down. Give them 4 and give Timo the last one. 6-3 is now the score, and it just keeps getting better for Mimic.
It just keeps getting better, and it's going to keep getting better over and over and over again. Mimic GG have proven themselves week after week, time after time, game after game, that they are not a team to be messed with. But if we do know what is possible, it's all about how these guys have the angle of attack. Of course, the only weapon they really have to go for is a stinger. And that stinger's going to have to sting. Hopefully someone on the enemy team's allergic to bees with no EpiPen. as we are now seeing these guys really just rush it down. Finally, a 5-stack rush down one lane.
We're going to have to see something good from Red Flag. And unfortunately, I would not define losing the first engagement as good. Some people might, but I would not. 1 kill. Congrats to Duca. Lands the sheriff shot, but Felix, easy trade. 7-3. And now we're nearing the last few rounds of this half. And I think Red Flag has got to win at least one of these next 2, or else we might just be GG's over. I'm not going to say the score, what it would be if Mimic win them both, because we're not doing that. We're not saying the C word. But I would absolutely prefer for Red Flag to get at least one of the next 2. If they get one, it goes into 8-4. That's still manageable, but anything past that, it's on the edge.
Yeah, it really is going to be an edge-based game. Where are these players going to fall? Are they going to fall off that cliff, or can they just before manage to grab themselves a tree limb to keep on? But look at that ultimate. That's a big one. Timotino, clean flank. That's going to help out. UConn, though, getting the trade takes out Phalanx. So not only is the Brim down, but also their ultimate is down for next round. So big pick from that. But it's an op, and it's going to drop not only the Sage, but also the Spike. And I got to ask, why is the Sage alone on the other side of the map with the Spike?
Beats me. Minute left. Advantage going to Mimic. Duca, though, evens it up. I believe they're actually able to get away without taking a single HP. So they're going to even it up. 3v3. 50 seconds to go. Spike is still down. Duca making their way to it, but they got to be careful of Chamber. Still has the op. Pelt watching it like a hawk, and time is only ticking. They got to go, but they have to be weary, because Pelt not going to give it up so easily. The smoke going to come through. That helps him out a little bit. But Tosk, easy catch. And that was a clothesline setup all the way from the beginning. New TP. Tosk just holding it out. It's completely over for UConn.
Yeah, I mean, good luck there, Yukin. But maybe not over.
Hold on.
10 seconds, though. They have no time. They have to find a Sky who is smart enough to completely run away. Timotino, smart play. And, yep, that's where this is going to end for them. But very unfortunate that we did not see them bring it back. And now we're at 8-3. This could be a 9-3 at the half.
It could be, and it looks like that's where we're heading. And UConn, I just want to say I apologize for underestimating you, Brimmy. You got a very nice kill. Did not end it around, but I am absolutely impressed. Timeout's going to be called here from Red Flag, and honestly, I think they probably should have called this a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of opportunity here. We're already at round 12 of the half. This is the final round of this half. So if you're going to do a timeout like that, you're going to be a little bit questioned, because I would expect maybe when they lost 2 in a row after, you know, when the score was 3-5, that's when you call a timeout. Or when the score was to 6, because that's when you know the team on the enemy side has won the half. So there's a lot of things that they could have done, but now that we're here in this timeout, what are they going to do differently? What 60 seconds changes this game?
I think they're honestly just trying to get themselves back into the game. They have had 5 rounds in a row where it has just been slip after slip after slip. Put themselves back into that in-game mental. Not mental. Get them in the zone. That's the word I'm looking for. Get back in the zone. Play your game. You can win these rounds, because they won the first 2 with a pretty flawless victories too. They won the close rounds. They won the big rounds, the nearly flawless rounds. They can do it again. They just need to focus. They need to push through, and they need to play smart Valorant.
Let's see if they are going to play it smart. I like what we're seeing from Click Shift, and a beautiful read takes out Pelt. This could bring it together, but where is Beaver? Beaver, the only player left on site as their team is flanking and rotating. Can Beaver manage to take out this Viper? If the Viper falls, this is a very easy retake for Mimic GG. Timo grabbing Animal, and Click Shift. What? Okay.
Sprays through the smoke. That's what it's up. Rice ballin'. Gets a frag. Phalanx, though. Oh, takes down Duca. It's got to be this lineup, UConn. What lineup you got? Orbital Strike gonna come in. I don't know if there's enough time. They don't have a molly. They're going to have to try to get this gunfight win. Gotta try to stick it. Felix gonna hold it off. It's halved. They need to swing. Lands the shot. The molly lands, and it'll be clutched up. UKine. The molly launched off at just the last second. And with a sliver of time left, one chance, they get it.
Yeah, don't miss their chance here, and they take that. 8-4, not losable. It ain't a 9-3 curse. It's not where people say GG for the memes. This is where we're going to be seeing a potential comeback, as what I believe is a better defensive team is sitting in the hands of ggRedFlag GG, but offensive team, significantly better, is going to be the side of Mimic. So it's a trade-off. It's a caveat. What is better? The power of a chamber on attack or the power of a sage on the defense? These are nearly mirrored outside of those two picks, but might just come down to which team is better.
Got a feeling that's going to be how it rolls, as we've seen the weak side of both of these teams, and one was significantly better. And now we go to the strong side, the defensive lineup of ggRedFlag and the offensive lineup of Mimic. Mimic won the weak side, but now we're on the strong side. Maybe ggRedFlag strong side's a little stronger, maybe not. Bet we're gonna find out pretty soon though. Pistol round, first engagement, couple of points of damage taken, but Duka just swings it out. Gets one frag, traded, and Rice Ballin shuts down the other Viper with Mimic. Actually on the downside to start us off.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty smart, but what I'm noticing immediately afterwards is the TP away. You weren't able to hold any more, and yes, you have the life advantage now, but the bomb is planted, and they love their post plant. So, Mimic GG, if you haven't watched them too much, they are insanely powerful. So let's see what they can do now against a 4-stack retake. UKine not being done here. And there's Teemo. Teemo, you're going to have to clutch this up. 28 HP, and gets it. Attack, 9-4.
Such a fantastic start from ggRedFlag 2. They had everything going in their favor. They got the advantage, and then they rotated off, and that was the beginning of the end. They brought it down to a 1 versus 1, but it was the jumping right-click classic that won it out, baby, and it's 9 rounds for Mimic, and the second round, the anti-eco round, I think it's called. I'm going to be honest, I'm not 100% sure. They got the gun advantage. They have rifles. They have Guardians. They have Spectres. And what does ggRedFlag have? They got pistols. Very big difference in these two lineups and rounds. Or in guns, sorry.
Yeah, big pickup here. So let's see what they can do now. 4 against 4. We are seeing, of course, those large weapons that you talked about. But also, we're seeing a holding the W strategy coming out of Beaver. And is it actually going to pay off? Duka managing to stay alive, and we know that Duka here is actually the MVP of the match. So even though their team is down 5 rounds, they're up 3 kills on everybody else, 21-10. But look at this flank. It could be good enough for defense if they could just manage to get a gun in their hands.
Yeah, they need to steal one of these rifles away. And look what ClickShift has. They found the worst gun of all 5. That's unfortunate, but it's better than nothing. Gonna try to rush in, but sprays through. Phalanx takes one. Teemo as well. One on the flank, but the flank's not good enough. Double digits for Mimic. And there hasn't been much resistance either.
Yeah, not a whole lot of resistance there. Not ideal. But what I will also point out is double digits with this team is nearly just a bad omen. It could be make or break. It could be life or death for how these guys have been able to perform. So I'm very much concerned as to what they're going to be doing coming up next. So with this being the bye round, I'm hoping the defense is going to be able to take this, but we're still not seeing those powerful pickups by players like Teemo or any others.
Round 15. Bonus desperately needs to go the way of ggRedFlag. We might just be done a little earlier than we expected. Teemo, though, lands a beautiful shot, and the trades just come through. Couldn't get much worse of a start for ggRedFlag. Down a player. They do have the gun advantage, though. Duka, no! Reaction time's not there. B-site wide open. The Molly's going to come out, shut down the Sage, and they just got to make their way onto site. Hold 4, and get these last couple of kills, and we'll be at 11. Last two players coming from CT, but they need to win these fights. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. This is a must-win for Red Flag.
Yeah, it is going to be considered a must-win, but they might win. But there's Pelt making it a 1v1. It's always Yukin here at the very last. The standing player might not get a standing ovation, as Pelt is going to get a clean headshot down. 11-4, and there is Mimic GG, putting GG in their name. Well, unfortunately, GG might have to be said to ggRedFlag as well. I'm thinking this could be the end here.
5 sheriffs on 11-2. The end is nigh. Marty Robbins, we got edge last time, but we need it this time. We need to see Marty Robbins. Give us all 5. Come on. Come on, Red Flag. You know you want to. There we go. 5
All right.
sheriffs here to save us from match point.
And let's see if with these big irons, they're going to be able to not play like irons. Let's see what they can do now, running it down against Mimic GG to get themselves into a position of victory. I'm liking what we're seeing here as they're already on the site. Toskri with the side of Mimic has been able to just get a site for free. They fully stacked the other side of the map and it did not pay off. There goes Rice, balling, rolling away. And now it's just up to this beautiful flank, but good for one. Animal manages to get one down, trading off click shift, but it's still a 2v4, and they're split so far apart.
1 versus 4. Brimmy, do what you can. Shots not landing. 1 kill, but Timo, the jump and gun from Timo, gets the kill, gets number 3, and puts us on match point for map 1. Bind looking firmly in Mimic control.
Yeah, Bind's looking very firm as to what these guys are going to be able to, show up big on. But of course, with this strategy here, with how these games have been going, this is the first time at Frost that I've casted in a long time where we actually have second round going to, or not second round, semifinals going to a best of 3. So even though they might have lost this, it's not enough to rule these guys out. They can win it in the next game on Ascent. Uh-oh. Oh, maybe.
For sure. Not done yet. They just need to kind of push on past it. They're likely not going to win this round. There's still a possibility for a comeback, but being realistic, they're going to have to win 8 in a row and then 2 more in overtime. It's likely not going to happen. Not calling it out. Not calling it a comeback either. Don't want to jinx them. Let's just say, match point. Looking really good for Mimic as B site is very much open.
Very much open here, but look at that. Clean res and a clean shot from Duca. They might be able to bring this game back with this kind of gameplay. So I am honestly not too disappointed with what we're seeing from them. But what I might be disappointed in is if Beaver can't seal it out in a 1v5. I mean, I think Beaver can do these before, so let's see if he actually has it in him now.
We're running around in circles, just going to wall it off. Smart choice. And that'll be flawless here for round 5 of their game. Defenders win. Not a single man lost. And not too much HP lost either.
Wow. Pretty smart play there. And now I got to look at how these guys are going to keep that momentum going, because they're going to need to. They're 7 rounds behind in a lose one, lose the game kind of match point. So I don't know. I think that they are going to be trying their best. It's going to be risky. But that's not going to stop these guys. And we all know why. It's because Mimic GG sometimes falters. And Red Flag, I knew that they were going to get to the semis, but I don't know if they're going to get to the finals.
This is round number 18. And it's going to be an A push to start us off. Ooh, combat stemmed up, and it's a headshot. Yukine falls. Timo, Phantom, pops another one. 5v3, A site firmly under control. Give that man another. Sky just keeps him coming. And now the Overgrowth comes out, heals everyone back to pretty much full HP. And I got a feeling that the demon's just around the corner. The Reaper is coming. And he's got about 30 seconds till he reaches his destination. Duca, one more damage point and will be done. Duka trying to save it, running away. Just a classic, and it's the leg shot to do it. 13-5. Mimic takes it one-sided. They're going to be on match point first.
Yeah, they are now going into match point here on the overall gameplay. So very powerful, very solid start to what we like to be watching from them. But now we're moving on to the map of Ascent. But before we do that, let's talk about some of these stats here. Duka definitely deserved to get match MVP. Was nearly the sole reason as to why 80% of those rounds were won. And that says something about how this game was very consistent for them. However, other parts of their team just weren't there. I mean, if you have a Raze going 5-19, you're not going to have a good time. There's no other way to sugarcoat it. But what are your thoughts after seeing game one go down?
You pretty much summed it all up. It was a very one-dimensional game from Red Flag. As of course, Duka, absolutely, you're right about that, 100% MVP of the match. But if you look just at the bluish-green wall on the scoreboard, that's what wins games. You can have these star players go crazy, 23-14 on a controller, but when you have a wall of players doing fantastic, you're just not going to get beaten. Like Timo, Tosk, Beaver, all three had positive, and they went crazy. And sure, we had some plays on Red Flag that were really well, but when the bottom three players in the lobby are all on one team, that's probably the team that's going to lose. And today, that was the team that lost.
Yeah, well, not lost yet.
Lost the match.
Obviously, game one, yeah, but they still have one opportunity, one chance that they shouldn't miss here, and that's going to be on the next map. And I can't wait to see what happens, because if we do move on to the next map here of Lotus, I can't wait to see what goes down, because Lotus is one of those newer maps that not everybody has mastered yet. So seeing what is going to go down, I only have high hopes for these guys. But at the same time, we're going to be right back and get that game set up, and we will jump straight into the next match here. So we'll be right back, everybody. I think.
Come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's cold and losing my control. The light is gone, the night has come, it's crazy now. The night is gone, the lonely I wish that you could save me. Control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation. The night has come. It's crazy now. The night
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Frost Esports channel. It's still Starcoin. It is still Edu right over there. And we are still here with Whiteout number 50. We saw Mimic make short work of map 1, but now we go to Lotus, and we're going to hope for Red Flag to fight a little harder.
Yeah, and I think they are going to be able to fight pretty tough here, as Lotus is one of those maps where you're going to expect the best from these guys. And honestly, I think that we might see the best from them, because Mimic GG, I haven't seen them play Lotus a lot. Red Flag, however, they believe this is their map pick, so they want us on this map. They want to be against this team. So I don't think we're going to be seeing too much different, but what I am expecting is unique picks. And already off the bat, Beaver on Gecko. That's something you don't see every day.
Yeah, you really don't. Gecko still one of the newer agent. I believe he's the second newest. So Gecko still has a lot of newness to him. So I'm excited to see how Beaver makes it work. And of course, on this side over here, we just got a normal pick. We got the KJ, we got Sky again, Viper, Raze, Omen. Omen, one we did not see last round. I'm excited to see some Omens. You said bad Omens the last round, and I got to think about the Agent Omen until I realized what you said. So that's just kind of something kind of funny. And now I'm excited to see him. Also, a Cypher pick. We don't really see much of Cypher too much anymore, so I'm happy to see him back.
Yeah, Cypher, definitely a great agent to have on this map specifically. I think that their way of holding points like B with your camera to get info, and then comboing that up beautifully with, of course, your C hold. It makes it very hard to take. However, I think Deadlock does a great job at holding a site like C. Killjoy is one of the best agents on this map due to her lockdown, just being one of the best ultimates in the game. So, it's a balance. If you have the best ultimate, you're probably going to be one of the best characters as well. So let's see what these guys are going to be able to do. I know that I can trust that we're going to be experiencing pretty much only good gameplay from them.
Looks to be a B rush to start us off. Going to try to get that spike down in the pit. It's a lot of smoke, a lot of utility. Pelt is the first to fall, as it's going to be Red Flag with a nice paint shell grenade kill. Now rotating over from B over to C, and the site is all up to the pickings. Tosk, headshot, Ghost, close range, not losing that fight. Spike down, 4 versus 4, but the health advantage definitely in Red Flag's favor.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a lot of damage being taken so far, and luckily they both have a Sky on their team, but that's one Sky that you want on your team. Rice Ball in here, good for 2. And this is an amazing start of a game here from the side of Red Flag, and they end it off beautifully. I mean, everybody on their team doing a decent job. I think it was nearly a team ace, except for Animal, who didn't get a pick.
Talked about last game how Rice Ball in first 7 rounds actually did not have a single pick, but this time gets 2 in the first. Maybe tried a little pep talk, just got himself back in the groove as they take the first 2 picks easily, and it helps their team get round number 1, the pistol. And as we go to the second round, we see a Bulldog coming out from UConn.
Yeah, Bulldog being picked up. It should be a decent weapon to try to fight, but I'm looking at Beaver. Marshall in hand. I mean, this is a pretty expensive weapon to bring to second round. I mean, I think it might be good enough, though. It does 101 damage to a body, so that could be good enough. But click shift is clicking stuff and getting that nice good pick. Double down on the site. That's going to be free for them.
Needs to get this plant down, though, and Rice Ballin reads my mind perfectly. It'll be a 2-man advantage here. Make that... I'll actually keep it at a 2-man advantage. Just a trade-off. 4v2 as the Marshall starting to bang. But now it's just the Marshall. 1v4. Beaver going to get rushed. And a headshot with the Spectre. And the second goes to Red Flag. Only dropping 1.
Yeah, only taking 1 down. And Red Flag, I mean, they're starting off strong. But remember, they started off strong as well last round. They got to 3-5 or 3-3 before, the game really started going negative for them. I mean, you start off winning 3 in a row, and then what happens? 13-5. So I think it's a little early to see if they're going to be playing better. If they manage to win a bonus round, I will be just on my knees because these guys know exactly how to play this out.
Just peeks out for Duka. Tosk just hiding behind the wall, not wanting to get too confrontational. Play your bonus round smart, and that will help you win most of them. It's going to be another A site execute likely, unless they want to rotate over to B, which we've seen happen before. And I think that might just happen. There is a wall that you can break open and crouch right on through it. B site, pretty loosely defended. You do have the Sky, who is pretty close to it, but now they're smoked off, and B site is completely open. Rice Ballin going to get this plant down in the corner. Safe spot on the site. And it'll have to be a one-man down retake for Mimic. Slow start again.
Yeah, they're starting it pretty slow, but I think they're doing well. I think that the way that they've been playing it recently is good, but oh, Phalanx. Oh my god, that is exactly what you need to be seeing from your Cypher. But it's your buy round. I would expect a lot of these kind of kills. Down to a 3v3. This is looking tough. This bonus round can be won. Animal's here for it, but uh-oh. They're going to be able to stick this bomb plant as Toastcree's guarding it beautifully. And yes, that is going to be a stuck bomb defuse.
Ninja defuse. 6 points left of health. Beautiful play, Pelt. I was expecting them to just die from the first initial flank, or the first initial spray, but no, they survived it. They pushed through. They endured. And they steal the bonus rounds from the vice grip of Red Flag. And now this, just like the last game, this is the round that really matters. This is where Red Flag can keep the pressure on despite the momentary flip. Or this is where Mimic take the chance and they run off with it.
Yeah, they can run it down here, and hopefully we're going to see what happens. But, of course, Mimic knows how to take momentum back, and they've done that many times. And they might be able to do it again and again and again. And that's the concern, is how are they going to be able to keep up with all of the different strategies they bring to the table? Let's find out, as, of course, I'm looking at Phalanx anchoring this with just a Bulldog.
Bulldog needs to bark. Phalanx going to sweep around, but the Phantom close range. That's close enough to be a one-tap headshot. No matter what you are, who you are, what you have, easy frag. 5v4 turned into a 5v3. Teemo Bulldog lands the body shots onto Animal, and the Trailblazer gets the stun on Omen. But now we turn it into a 1v2. Teemo needs to get this retake, but the retake is shut down before it gets started. 7-1. Hot start for Rice Ballin. Someone must have put him in the oven, because this is not the same Rice Ballin we saw last game. It's a much better start to this game 2. Game 1, of course, we saw the pistol and the second go their way, but then the bonus and then the next round and the next one go the way of Mimic. So now that they have lost the bonus, there was a slip, but now they've regained their footing. They have control, they have the guns, they have the economy, and if they just need to keep it up, they cannot let themselves slip like they did on Bind. Seems to be a C push, and C's just wide open here. This should be a very easy spike plant, as everyone's over near B or A. C is the forgotten site. Lotus has 3 sites, guys. You gotta remember, spike planted. 5v5 on the post plant, but it's 5 sheriffs versus 5 big boy rifles. I think the big boy rifles are going to win, unless Toski, Phalanx, and Teemo can catch them off guard. You know the gist. They need to land these headshots. They need to get the better of this hold, but the time is ticking, and the rifles are firing at all cylinders.
Yeah, these rifles looking good. You can hear, but Beaver with the trade, amazing job, but unfortunately, you're not going to be able to use that wingman to defuse the bomb, and does so much damage to the post plant from the KJ is insane. Same with Duka's aim, and that is another round heavily in this team's favor, and that is what we need to be experiencing. I mean, if they can keep this up, I will only be expecting good things from them.
for sure.
Now, I will also point out ultimate economy. It's one of the most important things in this game, in my opinion. And here we can see just how powerful it is really starting to be with, of course, in my opinion, a real curve is coming up here. The buy round for this side of defense is crucial, and they're going to do whatever it takes to win it. So I am going to expect Beaver to pop his ult. Toaskree better be using that showstopper. If they don't, it's going to be a missed opportunity because they have to win this round to stop the momentum.
A lot of presence in the middle part of the map for the attack, and you are absolutely right. And also, look at Pelt on the defense, only 1 point away from the Into the Shadows ult. So if it's one frag, an ult orb, anything that they can find that gives them 1 more point, it's going to be all 5 ults on the board for Mimic. And it has been a slow start for them, yes. But if they're able to get all 5 ults, that'll pretty much seal any round you throw at them, though. First kill goes to Red Flag in a pretty much not turn of events, but just a recurring theme of events. Lockdown goes down, and the B site wide open, thanks to Animal.
Yeah, and now Animal very happy about using that lockdown to keep their team in a pretty positive mental position. And let's see what they can do now. I'm looking forward to this spray, though. Teemo, needing to try to save, manages to just barely escape with the blind like that. Actually going for a re-hit, but uh-oh. Yeah, that's going to hurt.
Just a little bit. 5-1 is the score. Make that 3 rounds in a row for Red Flag. Mimic has all 5 of their ults, but let's look at the other side. Red Flag has 3. And honestly, I would say they have the more useful ults. The Showstopper, the Friend of the Shadows, the Teleport, the Rocket Launcher. Simple as that. Those are 2 of the best in the game. You can get anywhere from the Into the Shadows. You can get 3, 4, even 5 kills if all of them are bundled up with the Showstopper. There might be more ults on one side, but the usefulness and the efficiency of these ults are in the exact same spot. We need to see some really solid play for Mimic here if they want to bring this map back.
Yeah, if they want to bring this back, they're going to have to do it slow, methodical, and skill-based. But how are they going to be able to do that right now is the main question that I would have, as what I'm seeing here from Mimic is a lack of just real urgency to win it. They haven't used any ultimates yet. That was a buy round, and now we're seeing some ultis get popped from attack here.
Showstopper coming out now. Not able to find anything, however. Unfortunate use of that from ClickShift. C-Site under attack, under control from Red Flag as well. ClickShift gonna get spotted out, and we have a big fight going down, and somehow no one loses their life, Edu. Wow. Absolute insanity. Gunfire. Shots. Utility. All of the ults used on the side of Red Flag, and no one goes down. That is a big blunder here for Red Flag. They're going to try to get the site down on B. They do win out the fight, but man, they just wasted all of that utility on C for nothing.
Yeah, so much utility here. Mimic GG, they are not playing the same way. I think this map really just tried them a bit, and they found it unlucky here. So now, looking at what these guys are going to be able to do, I'm looking forward to, of course, Phalanx in a 1v4 with just a Sheriff, needing to get exit picks, needing to try to frag out, needing to just keep their economy at a decent method. Are they going to be able to? Will that be what we see? I mean, no guarantees with how these guys have been playing, but of course, it's it. Mimic GG, they have completely just turned off the same momentum that they were building up previously.
And it's halfway to match point already, and the timeout is going to come in. I think this is the right time to do it. They've lost 4 in a row. They can't let it get further on. The half cannot be won. You can try to win 5 in a row and send us to a 6-6 half. Either way, no matter how you look at it, timeout, absolutely the right choice. Mimic, they need to change something, but what is that? What do they need to change?
Well, I think right now what Mimic GG needs to change is the team play that they're doing, because they're running in one at a time. They're running in with very little utility to back them up from their own teammates. That seems to be a little bit of an issue that they need to solve as soon as possible, because Mimic GG, they usually have these rounds locked down, and the opposite is said right here. So little things like that could be an issue, could be where the biggest problems are going to be laying in their ground here. But of course, their defensive team composition isn't that good. They have double initiator, a duelist, and an omen, right? And that's not as powerful as a doubles controller on this map, or a killjoy. I think that once they get to attack, they're going to be much happier, but their defense is rough because I think from the very start they set themselves up for not exactly success.
It is a team-based game after all. You got to play with your team, and Mimic has not done a very good job at it. Need to change right now. I'm sure that's one of the topics they were talking about in that 60-second timeout. As we're going to see some flankage going on here from the C side. But we have flank watch also. Look at Ukine holding it off. As the push coming in over to the B side, the Seekers coming out from the defense, and Beaver wins the fight, wins another Ukine down. And Mimic's going to take a 2-man advantage. C side's under control. A side a little weak, but they're still Pelt holding it down with the big gun, the op. However, only 30 HP. And I think they're going to fall off, wait for the rest of their team, forfeiting up A site, forfeiting up the spike plant. But the round is still very much on, considering they have a big advantage.
Yeah, they have enough of an advantage here, but oh, look at this positioning, and it works out. Pays the dividends, pays the rent, pays the bills. And if they can keep that going, they're going to be incredibly happy. But now I'm looking forward to what these guys are going to be able to bring to this round, as I am looking forward to, of course, more like that. Mimic having that timeout, having the time to take a deep breath and say, hey, we're doing something wrong. What is that? Managing to fix it up. Little things go a far way in this game. And I'm glad that they managed to make something out of nothing.
Sometimes you just need that little kick step in your game. Beaver starting it off with a double kill. That does good things to your mental. It starts you off with a good kill, a good first engagement, and it was just pretty easy since there. Or from there, excuse me. You know, sometimes English is hard, but we're going to move past it. C site, or A site execute. A 4 versus 2, as Animal is still chilling in the back, watching for this flank. Omen and Cypher need to land some shots, try to hold this push off. Lands a shot, gets a frag. Spike going to try to get planted one more time, second time's a charm. And it's a 4v4 on this post-plant edu, but the last two rotating over from C, they get the memo really quick.
Yeah, and with that quick memo, we're going to see a fast rotation. Beautiful job, beautiful attempt here. But now, I'm looking forward to what they can do with this attempt, with this push-up, to really seal them down. Hoping that we're going to see something good from Phalanx, already grabbing one, and the rest stuck in tree, but Ukine, good for one. An Animal, still alive, still standing, getting a lot of picks, but uh-oh. They got lineups. Good luck with this.
Lineups there. They don't have any more lasers, though. It doesn't matter, because they're going to laser right on through the box. The lineup was there, but the mollies were not enough. The timeout momentum lasts to only one round, Edu. Dark times might just be ahead for Mimic.
Very much so. I think you're right about that. Dark times are flowing, and these guys have no idea the direction that they can win this out in. So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing what else these guys have to push their team a little bit further beyond. But at the same time, Mimic GG, they've lost a lot more rounds than I had expected of them, and they're playing very even across the board. But now we're seeing players like Rice Bullen, Animal, Click Shift. They're already playing better than they did last game. I mean, we saw 3 players with only 5 kills. This time, not a single person on their team is at 5. So, good stuff.
Round number 10 as well. We're nearing the end of the first half. Mimic's got to get something going. They cannot go into the half losing 2-10. I would like to get at least 2 of these next rounds. But with how heavy of a fist that this team has. I don't know if they're going to let anything up. This has been night and day. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde from Red Flag. And the spike going to go down with no casualties suffered from either side. The flick not landing. And Beaver gets another. Bryce Ballin falls down. Gets popped from Gecko. But now it's been turned on them. 3 versus 3. And 2 players are detained.
Oh, no.
Utter insanity, Edu. And
Oh
now
my
it's
God.
a 1 versus 2. Beaver's last that's left.
But wait, it's the same post plant in the same angle that they're doing it before. Duca isn't the one to lose these. Yeah, wins on time.
Oh my goodness gravy gracious, Edu. That was a round for the ages. 2-8. A clutch win from Beaver, but there's not enough time. They did so well. At the same time, they didn't have enough time. Time is the killer of so many games of Valorant. And this time, it kills this round. It gives Red Flag a chance to get all 5 rifles, and it forces Mimic back into an eco with 4 sheriffs.
Yeah, 4 sheriffs in hand. These guys now back again, listening to some old-fashioned tunes. But let's see if these guys are going to tune up their gameplay. And now,
what old-fashioned tunes? Like who?
I feel like we've said Marty Robbins too much.
Yeah,
feel
we
like
have.
making.
Probably.
Yeah. But D1 Duca double killing it up and doing some more. Look at this click shift, bunny hopping, flying, using satchel charges to charge right in. Let's see who else is going to be able to just find some picks. Click shift. What can you do? Dodging the shots, but not dodging the aim from Beaver. Luckily, we're seeing the trades, and that is the sheriff now getting the click. Toskri. In a 1v3, probably a good idea just to save this gun, but there's only 2 more rounds in the half.
Try to bring us back to a 9-3, but watch the flank. You better not knife him, Duca. Come on. Just treat it with respect. Get the shot with the Vandal. Don't do it. Okay. Takes the shot with the Vandal. Attackers win. It's not even Duca that lands the frag. It's Rice Ballin with a headshot. 9-2. Last round before the swap. They tried to save it, but at the end, they tried to go back. I think they had a feeling that someone was on the flank. It was an unfortunate situation to be in. There was no real winning scenario. So let's just do what you can and get on to the next. Round 12, a chance for Red Flag to go up to the double digits in the first half and talk about the flip of a switch from map 1. This is a different team. They're playing so much better. So much more even, too. The top frag has 12. The bottom frag has 6.
Yeah. I mean, it's not looking great, but their kills are spread pretty even across the board. I mean, I'm looking at as well, though. We're seeing now Tosker and Timotino really start picking it up. They do not want to get into the 10-2 department. They want to try to work this out. They have the defensive team, or the offensive team comp, sorry, where they need this half to at least be 9-3. They have to have at least some hope. In a 10-2, there is nothing you can do. But Pelt is here. There's 1. There's 2. Nothing you can do. It's a flawless round for you in a 9-3 at the half.
A flawless round to end off a 3-9 half. That is something I thought I'd never hear. But, you know, Valorant, the momentum has violent mood swings sometimes. This is one of those times. We're going to go into the attacking half off of a flawless round after we got stomped the last 9. Let's just see what we can take it to. You said that they're going to have a much better time here on the attack. I do not doubt that at all. I bet they're going to do a lot better. But the question is it too little, too late? Because 9-3 is not a very favorable score. They might be able to win even 7 rounds, though. But this other side, Red Flag, they've done so much work in the first half that they only need 4 rounds to end us off and send us all the way to match point and game 3.
That's very true, but look at what Toskri's doing. Need I say any more? I mean, they know what to do. They know what to do. I mean, it's the power of a good offensive team, and Mimic GG is incredibly offensive. So they might mimic how the rounds went for them, but Rice Ballin off of the top frag is not done. Looks like, though, Pelt is going to help out, but from the side, Riceballin backs up his teammates, getting the pick down. But unfortunately, Ukine cannot clutch up, and there goes pistol round. This is actually the first time we've seen a pistol round won by the side here of Mimic GG, so that could tell us some good news.
The first domino to fall might just be the pistol round. It always has to be, especially on a 9-3. That's how these comebacks start. It starts with the pistol, then the second, and if you can finesse the bonus away from your opponent, you're going to have a good time. And look at the aggressive buys here. 3 big boy rifles from Mimic. That is overzealous, I would say, but you know what? They've been trying this all game, and it's been working these last 2 rounds. They just got hyper aggressive, and they won. So let's keep it up. Let's keep getting zealous. Bring the zeal on, Mimic GG.
See what they can do to bring it up, though. Looking at this, big rifles to bring into this. They are forcing up to make sure that they put themselves on a great lead early on, but that doesn't mean it's going to be the best lead. The possibilities are not endless when it comes to how these guys can play it out. But looking at that, beautiful job. Hopefully we see what else these guys can do. Spike now down. It's a huge flank developed by the defense right into a Guardian, but shooting too quick, you're gonna lose. And that is Pelt getting a lot, and Duka nearly gets 2.
Ooh, that was close for the comfort for the classic shots, but thankfully they're only able to get 1 for the side of Mimic. It's another attacker round win. 5-9 is the score, and the bonus round. This is where my suspicions will be either confirmed or shut down. If Mimics are able to finesse this bonus round away, then I think we are going to have a game on our hands, because 6-3 looks a lot better than 9-3. 6-9 looks a lot better than 9-3, as it's so close. We're getting real close, especially with how aggressive this composition is. If they're able to get this bonus round, I would go as far to say that they're honestly in the advantage despite being down still, because the momentum is going to be so heavy.
Absolutely. You know, the momentum definitely is something that these guys have led themselves into. So with that in mind, I'm thinking, let's see how they can keep it going. They need to win round 3. They need to win the bonus. If they don't, it's maybe GG. If they do, we can see a comeback.
Another A site execute is going to be the name of the tune. It's been working for them this half so far. The first 2 rounds, it worked really well. Can they make it 3rd time's a charm? That's the question. Teemo swings around. Toskry helps out, but Teemo's on 1 HP. Mimic has the advantage, and Teemo gonna push up a little bit further. B site is open, but Animal and Duka teaming up. Gets the frag. Animal trying to swing around, but the Vandal is just too spray heavy. Duka just keeps them coming, selling like hotcakes, and Pelt is done. Defenders take it, and double digits is reached. What a round from ggRedFlag.
Yeah, ggRedFlag just blowing minds and popping heads, but with double digits, this is going to look very rough for the attack. They bought up a lot of times to make sure that they tried to keep their momentum up, but how'd that work? Not great. It wasn't what they ideally had in mind, and I think we're seeing that now. So let's see what they can do moving forward into this round. Now 5-10, still a winnable game, and they still have 2 players, Toskry and Timotino, with rifles, and those are some great rifle players. Those are some great consistent fraggers.
When it comes down to, on the Mimic side, who would I want with a rifle? Give me Toskry. Give me Timotino. If I got the chance, give me Beaver as well. But this time, they're only getting Toskry and Teemo, which is still very doable. If you can catch someone off guard and get a frag and steal a rifle away, then it could just be a GR from there. But I'm getting a little ahead of ourselves. Look at this. Duka lands a shot, takes down Felix, and now the Sentinel is done. Your Cypher is no more, and a lot of your intel is taken away off of that. 1 more kill is traded off. Beaver with a stinger, floating like a butterfly. Still 1 man down, as Wingman gonna get the spike down. There you go, little buddy, but Wingman shut down. So rude. And we have a 1v3, needs to be clutched up.
It needs to be. But will it be? Those are the big questions when it comes to a game like this. They have, so far, a lot of momentum that has pushed them a far way ahead, but it might not keep them ahead. 5 and 11. This is where these guys are just doing such a good job. And beautiful stuff. So, honestly, I got to ask you, is this where we thought game 2 was going to go in this best of 3?
I gotta say no. This caught me completely off guard because Mimic was so good. It looked like they had a very much one-sided game that didn't matter what map, didn't matter what composition. I got a feeling they were going to put up at least a solid fight here in game 2. But so far, they have really had nothing. 11-5, and they're on another force buy. They drop this round. That might just be a big GG. That's a little bit overkill, but you know what? Hey, you got to kill. No one else was showing their head. So let's just use the showstopper on there. Unfortunate spray from Toskry. Animal still there, getting a frag before they're finally taken down. 3v1. Beaver's all that's left, and Gecko, what can you do? You got a Stinger, only 75 HP, and when you're going up against 2, a Stinger's not the gun you want. It'll be match point, red flag.
Yeah, it's not the best weapon, but from 13-5 to 13-5, maybe? I mean, a complete just upset here to switch it around like that. I mean, it's not something you see every day, and yet these guys are bringing that kind of heat. Now, looking at what these guys have been able to do, been able to accomplish, I can say with confidence that game 3 on Ascent is probably going to go into overtime, which you don't see very often, but when 2 teams are evenly matched, Ascent is the overtime farming map.
Ascent is honestly just the overseer of settling these grudges, because these 2 teams, you're absolutely right, they're so close together. We've seen how they compete on Bind and on Lotus. So let's see how they do in the middle of the round Ascent. As it's still match point. Might be getting ahead of ourselves. This match is not over just yet, but it's looking really close. Especially if ClickShift is able to score a frag and even this round up. They're going to try to get the spike down. Mimic on a site. I believe that these last couple of players on red flag are just waiting for the rotate over. ClickShift, give them another. Lockdown, pop down. Out comes a showstopper. Looking for a victim. I don't know if they're going to find one. Yes, they are. Post-mortem. And Beaver's down to a 1 versus 2 to try to save match 2.
No way. Beaver might be... Never mind. I was going to say we might be able to do it, but that ended a lot quicker than it started. So, good effort. But GG to that one. So, honestly, what a game 2. I didn't expect that. These guys really just came in strong. They came in with all of their horses and ducks in a row, and they made sure to just win it. So gameplay like that is why you see games like this go further and further beyond. So with that in mind, Ascent being the next map, let me ask you, Star, do you think that we're going to be seeing only the best gameplay from both of these teams now? Or are they warmed up enough?
Oh, absolutely. These teams have gone through 2 grueling matches. They've had their share of winning and losing, and now it's coming down to 1 map to send us on to the grand finals. Go to Ascent. What better map? Edu, I cannot think of a better map to do it than Ascent. It has been the tried and true map forever. Since this game came out, it has been Ascent, the grudge settling map, and now we are ready to go to it. And Edu, I cannot be more excited.
Yeah, me neither. I love Ascent, even though it is a map that me and a lot of my fellow casters have had a back and forth just brawl with. I mean, it's the map where it's slow. It's a methodical, very tactical, very fundamental map is how I describe it. It's all about how these teams are going to be able to work together, default well, and walk away with the most amount of kills. So with that in mind, I will be right back with Star here to really start sealing it out, because I do think these teams need a little bit of a break And I think we need to get some water. But with that in mind, it, of course, is now going to be game 3 of the semifinals. We'll be right back.
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's cold and losing my control. Control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation. Night has come, it's crazy. Night is gone, and it goes like this. You could save me. Stop this conversation.
All right, everybody. After an intense 2 games, 13-5 both, but on either side, we are now ready for the final fight on Ascent because we have ascended to Tier 3 to the side of the Game 3. My name is Edu, joined by Starcoin Hero. Let's see what can happen.
Let's take a look. And Edu, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I am expecting the most traditional, fundamental Valorant picks out there because, I mean, we're on Ascent. It's map 3. Nobody wants to try anything too risky. They want to just play the best Valorant they can. And looking from the picks, I was right.
Glad you were right. I'm glad someone is, but I'm also glad that we're going to be seeing some real fun picks here for these guys to really just seal the deal, lock us down in the way these rounds will end. And I'm hoping that it ends off in only glory. Only goods should be coming of today. Only the best gameplay I expect to be seeing. The fact that it's not a mirrored team composition disappoints me slightly. But I like one thing here, and it's the KO. It shuts down the Cypher completely. So, good pick.
Very good pick, especially now that there is a Cypher over there. That's going to be very helpful. And another pick, the KJ is not on the side of Red Flag. I figured that KJ would just be a solid pick no matter who you are, what team you play, where you're from. KJ is like a lock on Ascent, but we're not getting him for this side.
Yeah, we're not going to be getting KJ. We're getting Cypher. And I think it works, though. Red Flag brought that Cypher before, and maybe... Actually, no. Red Flag had the Killjoy. Yeah, why is Red Flag doing this? How much? Who
I
tipped
have
them
no
off?
clue.
You know what? I'm hoping that they have a clue as to what they're about to do, because this is about to be messy.
Rush it up mid, why don't you? Look at this push from Red Flag. It is going to be a mid-B main split. Forces Beaver and the KJ Phalanx back off into the site. Forces Beaver all the way into Boathouse. One frag, but that's not going to be enough. B site surrendered over. And this bike going to get down pretty soon. Mimic has to fight this back. Down 1.
And here we go. 3 versus 4, as you pointed out here, Star. But let's see who's the star of the show in the retake. It might be Pelt, who's knifing a wall that doesn't have to be broken. Smart. Now, let's see what they can do moving forward. Checking all their corners, but here we go. And that's going to be 1 down. That's going to be another down. And that's a 3rd down. No, real talk. What was the Omen doing?
I'm not sure, but tell me that Tosk did not get scared by their own KO and try to shoot it.
It's a high stress environment. It's a high stress environment.
I completely understand, but I mean, man. Okay, we got a tech pause going on, so we're gonna take a little bit of an intermission. We're gonna still be here. We're not going away. But we're going to be taking a little bit of a break from the gameplay. Let's talk about the game a little bit more. The pistol round, I've seen better pistol rounds, honestly. But, hey, we're here early. It's a high-stress environment, like you said. Let's see what the second round has in store for us whenever we get the tech issues sorted out. Edu, I have a question. I have to ask, who's winning?
I have to look over here.
Tell me right now. Tell me right now. Who's winning?
God. I don't know. No, what I do know is I think Red Flag might be winning this. With Mimic GG, they're just playing very poor in the past few rounds. But you asked me, and the reason why I was a little bit distracted is because I wanted to answer the question, what is this game? So I pulled it up on Wikipedia. Valorant is a free-to-play first-person tactical shooter developed and published by Riot Games for Windows. Just so you know, it's for Windows. Teased under the codename Project A in October of 2019. The game began a closed beta period with limited access April 7th, 2020, and I've been playing since then. That's pretty neat. And now let's talk about the gameplay. So players play as one of a set of agents, right? And characters based on several countries and cultures too. So you have a lot of diversity in these teams. The main game mode, players are assigned in either attacking or defending team, with each team having 5 players on it. And agents have unique abilities, right? You're with me? Because you wanted me to explain the game. Perfect. All right. Cool. So Each requires additional charges for their unique abilities, as well as an ultimate ability that requires one or more signature ability charges. So that's why it takes a while to build up your ult. Every player starts around with a classic pistol and one or more signature ability charges. If anybody wants to read along with me, it's just the Wikipedia page for Valorant. Other weapons and ability charges can be purchased using an in-game economic system that awards money based on the outcome of the previous round and any kills the player is responsible for and any objectives completed. I wish our economy could do that, but it can't. Now, also, it just keeps going on. Did you know that this game has an assortment of weapons, including secondary guns like sidearms and primary guns like submachine guns, shotguns, machine guns, assault rifles, and sniper rifles? Also, the game's starting, so back to that.
Let's get it on. Second round underway. We saw Red Flag make pretty light work of the first one. Let's see if they can do it with the second as well. Looking from a bird's eye view, the first couple frags going the way of click shift. Make that a collat. Oh my goodness, give them a third kill. Making the second round look easy peasy. Give me a lemon, because I'm about to squeezy. 4v none at the end of it. 2 rounds in a row. No struggle whatever.
Yeah, and also a fun fact, looking at this round and looking at how the game is, you say give them a lemon. I think they were given a lemon in that game 1 and really started taking a hit there. And they've made lemonade from it. They are drinking the juices of victory. And whatever that tastes like, I'm hoping lemonade, it's going to feel good to have that go down your throat. But let's see what else is going down the throat of this game as they are now going into the bonus round here.
And you know, now that you mention it, it makes a lot of sense because they got the lemons in the first game, they made lemonade, and then in the second game, they sold it.
Yeah, they sold the lemonade. I mean, they have a nice little stand there, but unfortunately, they're not the ones standing at the end of this as D1 Duca plays like a D1 gamer, hitting down Toskri and ready to keep that fluid going. Timotino, though, is now down, and there is 2 down. This hero rifle in the hands of Rice Ballin is balling high and hardly hitting anything you don't want. Now, this is looking good. However, they're going to have to work their way around the one on site, the one in hell, but it looks like the one in hell is going to go to hell after taking out Duca. Murder is wrong, but what isn't wrong is Rice Ballin's gameplay.
3K easy for Rice Ballin. The Sova just too good. And that'll be the bonus round 1, 3 in a row. Now for Red Flag, Mimic has another slow start, and they cannot wait as long as they did in game 2 to get things going. We saw what happened just a few minutes ago. It was a 9-3 scoreline at the half. I don't think they can afford another one. I would prefer them to get at least 2 or 3 over these next, like 4. I think they need to win a round within these next 2 rounds. Maybe not this one because like the economy's low. But round 5, they got to take.
Absolutely. And I'm hoping that if this team continues on and plays so beautifully, they might be able to play at PlayChart.gg, a global game ranking platform. If you guys want to check it out, that's one of our many sponsors of the day. And also, you might have seen someone in chat named Lagger. Lagger actually has Lagger Gaming, founded in 2012 as a Call of Duty clan. If you guys want to check out their stuff, check them out on Twitter. I'm sure Lagger is more than eager to do exclamation mark sponsors and showcase what he's got for us today. But let's showcase D1 Duca cleanly taking out Phalanx and ready to keep this going.
Cage triggered.
First frag easily found. The Bucky just can't get going yet. Gonna give Red Flag the big advantage to start us off, and they're gonna rotate off the B site. I think it's a wise decision. They're gonna catch them off guard because they're expecting just a hard rush. They have a big economic advantage, a big guns advantage as well. So let's rotate. Let's take the chance to catch them off guard, take this next round, and just try to catch them off and win this round out. Easily wins the first few engagement, leaves it up to Toskri, and there's simply not enough firepower behind this team to take it.
They might not have the firepower, but Toskri has something that you might not know about. That's right. Hopes and dreams.
Hopes and dreams indeed, but
those hopes and dreams ended like a Make-A-Wish. Sorry, I was sorry.
Oh, Round 4 goes the way of Red Flag. Once again, easily wasting no time, as little latency as possible. Speaking of latency, let's talk about latency GGs, the lightning fast solution to finding tournaments across multiple platforms. You can find events for your team to compete across Start GG, Challenge, Battlefy, and more. Make sure to check them out. And now, round 5 underway.
Wow. Round 5. You're telling me that we've already seen 5 or 4 rounds going down, and it's felt like just a blink of an eye. That's how much fun these kids are having, because these guys are about to be locking it down. Now, Red Flag. They're one of the better teams in the Tier 3, Tier 2 scene that I've noticed to be competing in tournaments like Frost here. But beautiful flashbang. What an up shot. Taking out Animal. But if an Animal is now put down, call the Paw Patrol, because you're going to have to find some more picks. Now, look at that. It's Toascree grabbing click shift. And unfortunately, you're going to have to click shift so you don't make too many footsteps and telling the people that you're mid. However, it's a 3v5. This is looking rough, but I know Starcoin Hero, they're ready for this. Wait, what? How did the...
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Fascinating.
That shouldn't have hit. I'm sorry. Were you seeing that too?
I think so. But you know what? We don't question it here. Frost Esports, at some point you got to give them a break. They've had 4 rounds in a row. Let's give them something. Duka still now in a 1 versus 5. Pot shots taken through the wall, and that'll be round number 5, going the way of Mimic. Flawless as well.
Yeah, a flawless round. Absolutely beautiful job there. And what they needed to do if they wanted to shut these players down. Round 5, beautiful timing to not lose. So hopefully they can keep that kind of momentum going. Hopefully we're going to see what else they can do. This op in the hands of an Omen has really just begun. But also, that round alone is 50% of the kills they've gotten so far. As, of course, we are seeing a lot of difference that Phalanx is having here.
Full buy round. This is where Mimic needs to really get the mojo gojoing. Close range, holding with the Phantom. This close, it's going to be a one-shot headshot. And they're just waiting for the push. Everyone swinging around. Double! Phalanx gets one, but click shift scores a double. When it's all said and done, the trade stop. We get a bit of downtime, and it's a 3 versus 2 Mimic with the advantage. But click shift has B site all to their lonesome.
Here we go. Now, bomb now getting planted down. Beautiful job, click shift. Let's see what else they can do. Attack. Split off here. Cypher. Across the map, searching for clues right now. Not sure what they're doing, but there's click shift getting a 3-piece right here, ready to maybe get an ace if this Cypher does finally show up on time, getting the flank, getting the pick, and hopefully finding some more. And there it is, another one down, and another one down. Click shift winning the round. 4 kills, Duka helping them out. Beautiful team work. It makes the dream work. And now I'm seeing yet again Red Flag just flagging this team all the way down here.
Quite a sizable blunder as well. Taking the first engagement by the throat and slamming it around was Mimic. But then they just let click shift run away with everything else. All the advantage that they had. They snatched it away. They took it for themselves. And they were able to make a round win out of it. Now they are at 5. I would like to see a timeout sooner rather than later.
Yeah, same here. Same here. But, you know, we talked about these timeouts. We've seen a few. We just had a tactical timeout, aka a little bit of a technical timeout, but it's a tactical timeout at this point. But let's see what these guys can do. Of course, looking at click shift, looking at these guys, running it down and hopefully running it into B. This could be where they need to be winning it. Let's see what else they got. D1 Duka. Here we go.
1 minute left, and we haven't had too much engagement. Let's get some action going. Ult's popping. B rush starting. And the KJ holding back sight in the boathouse. Take some damage, but give some damage as well. Give and take. But now they're getting full-on rushed. And now we got the Hunter's Fury coming out long range. No frag. little bit of damage, but not enough to make an impact. Timo pops off, double kill. Give Beaver one as well, but Timo still
30 seconds
there.
left. One enemy
And now
remaining.
D1 catches them off guard. Beaver, 1 versus 1. They need to win this out, and they do! Give them the clutch, give them 6. Halfway to match point, and it just gets worse and worse and worse for Mimic. Edu, red flag is on fire.
Yeah, red flag on fire. They are burning some flags here and making sure to burn all chances that Mimic GG has to win it up. And maybe that's why red flag is red in the first place, because of the flames that embody their cloth. But let's see if they're going to be able to take the cake and push themselves down. Now, even further beyond, they've really flipped the switch here on Mimic GG. This has been a 2-day tournament, $250 on the line, and the pressure has built to the point where Mimic have really faltered here, and I think that pressure is a problem, as there is more picks to happen. What are these shots by Rice? Oh my god, but it's a 2v2. Make it a 2v1. Make it a 1v2. Make it a clutch that Timotino has to do with the bomb, unfortunately in spawn still. So guys, you don't have the bomb. You should go get it.
While we are on topic of making, let's make it a 3 versus 1 as the barrier orb goes up at the perfect time. I don't know if Animal knows that Timo's there, though. Now they do, as the fragment, gonna block it off. Doesn't really do anything at all. Animal holds it down. There goes the knife to deny the utility of Rice Ballin. Shots taken through the smoke. Not enough to get the kill, though. This is a winless scenario from Timo, no matter how you spin it. And let's go 7-1. Book your plane tickets to Brazil.
But we are not done.
Did you make a reference to people
just
getting banished to Brazil? Is it 2017?
I made a reference to Brazil. 7-1. FIFA World Cup 2014, where Germany absolutely stomped.
Sorry, I remember like back in the day there were I'm sorry, you know, very specific reference there with soccer, but I mean football. But I will say
No, you had it right first time.
Oh, okay. that ticked off Nick. I mean, the noise that just came out of our producer, it's like the back of a fax machine. But let's see what these guys can do running it down in mid. This is going to be tough as Duca getting a nice clean shot onto one. Gets another one down. Beaver now falls. Let's see what else can happen here.
A side's
Nice
wide
one.
open. This is not looking good for Mimic.
It's going to be tough.
Spike
It's going to be hard. But it's not going to stop him. Uh-oh.
Needs this retake to go through. The lockdown's gonna come out. That's gonna help out. But now it's the Hunter's Fury. The frags, however, they just keep going the way of the defense before Ukine is finally able to score one. But is it too late? The spike is down and A-Site is firmly under Mimic control. Spike gets half, Pelt's still defusing, and that will be the second round going their way as Rice can't keep themselves alive, and they get sucked into the black hole. 2-7 is the score, after Phalanx has themselves a round.
Wow. Okay, Mimic GG might be not mimicking what they did last game. And that's good. Hopefully they can mimic game one on their first map of Bind. But as people might be questioning, was Bind a warm-up here for the side of ggRedFlag? I mean, they are showcasing that they treated that like a death match with 0 Fs to give, but they might be giving some more forward. As of course, we are seeing them really lock down the offensive team composition and really lock down the just offensive playstyle that is needed to win it.
B-side execute, and Phalanx takes more damage from the fragment grenade. And it's once again, the B-side is completely at the helm of the offensive red flag. 2 kills there. Ukine is on a very low HP, but still, it is all up to the grace of red flag as they have control on the side, ruling over it with an iron fist. And Edu, they need to win this retake or it's going to be out of control, almost out of the realm of possibility for Mimic. Beaver turns it into a 1v1, but they need to land these shots. Animal playing it smart, and Animal gets the frag and the round. And I think right now, the reason Mimic is losing so many of these rounds, they're playing too passive. They only get on the CT. They never try to push forward. They never try to play on site.
That's true. You know, when they are on the point, when they have control, they've managed to really play around the enemies. They might not be playing the way that you would expect a professional team to play. No means. But what they are playing is they're reading the players that they're fighting against. And that, I believe, matters more. You know, you can fight one team completely differently than you're going to choose to fight another team because people's playstyles get readable. And talk about getting read. What is this big push-up I'm reading at middle of the map? These guys are ready to just run it down and maybe get a huge early flank. But again, it's against a Cypher. So, yeah, good luck with that. I mean, you could have the Omen TP across, but is that worth it? Come on. Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's just go right through it. You know what? Sometimes it's worth it. Will it be worth it this time? Let's give it a shot. Duka, Hunter's Fury.
Wait, no one's looking at flank.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Teemo, too late though. Gets the lurk out, but it's not going to matter. They played that one really poorly. Sova, you're going to have to cook up here. Oven's broken by Animal. Just keeps on getting those frags. Headshot with the Vandal. Instant kill. And it's last round before the switch. Once again, Edu, I might be going crazy, but I think we're seeing the same exact scoreline we saw just about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah. And now, last round before the swap, I gotta say. Do you think we're gonna see another 9-3, or with the momentum that they've built up, can we see just a 10-2?
Considering that Mimic does not have a full buy, I want to say it's gonna be a 10-2, but also, I feel like now that Red Flag has done all this work, they might just get a little hazy and a little out of it and not fully focused. Crazy things have happened, but still, if everything goes their way and Red Flag is as focused as they've been, this will likely be a 10-2 half. But not if ClickShift cannot land the shots. That will be a big part of it.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely leads into one pick that you don't want to lose early, especially not doing a lot of damage to make it pretty tough to retake this. But look at Toastcream. There's one. Spray transfer not exactly valid there. 3 against 3 now, as we are seeing nearly identical team sides, but an ultimate will send them all the way to B. Luckily, we see Timo Tino already prepped and set up for the site. What's you can gonna be able to do? And Duka grabs one, pops an ultimate. Where is this KO? Spot him on site, working together. He's only got a pistol, and that's gonna piss him off. It's only one remaining, and Rice Ballin puts him down.
First half, double digits. This is what Red Flag wanted in the last map, but they're not going to get it. This time around, they have it under control. If this pistol round goes their way, that will likely be wraps. That will likely be the end of Mimic's Whiteout number 50. $250 you can kiss right on goodbye. But it's not over yet. It's close. But it's not over until there's 13 on that scoreboard. And right now, there's only 10.
Absolutely. Right now, what we're seeing from these guys is rough stuff. 10-2. It is where you're not going to find the best kind of gameplay. But hey, maybe this team could come back. I mean, who knows? Mimic GG, they won the past 3 weeks. They might. I'm sorry. I just got a massive copium dose in my veins. But let's see what else we can see from these guys. I like Animal's position, completely locking it down and getting info that it is a mid-rush. And they are just putting all of their eggs in this mid-basket, hopefully flanking A, seemingly.
The ever-common 4 on the flank A push, and they might actually just be able to completely have this site at the expense of their Sova. So, not the best agent to lose first, but also you get site for almost free. And now it's up to the hold. They've been really good at holding so far. They can hold with a couple of classics. They can definitely hold with 3 sheriffs, and that's what they have this time around the block. The block.
And right around the block, it's Jenny getting a nice clean pick, making a call to shoot these players down. And good luck, Toastery. You're going to need it.
Ooh. Diffuse win here. And now it gets worse. 11 rounds. The second round's going to likely be 12. And we might just see a match point bonus round.
Yeah, this could be the end here. What? Yes?
Got a posture check. Make sure you're sitting up, Edu.
I'm always sitting up. My spine is perfect. Okay, what is scoliosis?
Good posture is important here at Frost Esports. Make sure you're sitting up, head back, all relaxed.
That's the opposite of relaxed.
Round 14 getting underway really quickly. Looking at the guns, we have a Guardian, a couple of Spectres, and an Ares from Rice Ball. And of course, it's the Sova player that decides to go with an LMG.
Let's see it now.
Oh, click shift.
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Ukine. Absolutely beautiful with it. And now we're seeing even more picks from defense that could keep this game even closer to being over. Of course, we are looking at Toastery now in a beautiful position to lock this down and just find some picks. But let's see what they can do with the bomb on the other side of the map. Or is that like a bug? I keep seeing the bomb in places where it shouldn't be.
I think Mimic just forgot, because now look at
they
Mr.
did forget.
Beaver's got to run to the other side. But also, Ukine knows exactly what's going on, going to cut them off. Here's the footsteps, swings around, easy peasy.
Spike down B.
What can you do, Toastery?
So it wasn't a bug. So you're telling me that they actually just left the bomb in the other side of the map, proceeded to have 3 players die, taking a site for nothing. Okay. It's a Friday. Maybe these guys have a party to go to. I got no idea what's going on.
I'm not sure either. It's 12-2. We need to see 10 rounds won in a row from Mimic. I think the streak might just be over. The 3-peat might just be down to suffer the defeat to end the streak. They've been so good for so long. Nearly a month of domination here at Frost Esports. But the month of domination, the month of Mimic might just be done. And it starts with Phalanx and Teemo, the first 2 pillars to fall.
Oh, and here we go. Nice. Blind is going to force Duka down, but look at this. This is the buy round, but what? The aim, it's moving somewhere else, but Duka! A bulldog biting down and winning the round. There it is. That's game for the semifinals, and now we know that ggRedFlag dethroned the champions and are proceeding in the biggest tournament of Frost here, a $250 one up against who knows what, as the bracket, I believe, is still to be continued.
Checking in on that right now. Looks like we do not have an answer just yet, but it'll be either Hall of Fame or Zero Synergy for the grand finals. Congratulations to ggRedFlag, dethroning the kings of Frost Esports, and now they have themselves a berth in the final best of 3 of Whiteout number 50. Edu, I'm so excited. It was a very solid series from Mimic, but when it came down to the fundamentals, ggRedFlag had them beat everywhere. And Mimic, they could not keep up. You can't fault them for that. Massive GGs. We'll probably see you next week, but this week might just be the week of the red flag.
Yeah, and that banner might be flying high, but we don't know who they're competing against, and we will find out shortly. But what you guys can do in the meantime is check out all of the sponsors here at Frost. I know LagR Gaming, or Lagger for short, should be a great place. It's a gaming org that definitely wants your participation. If you can, check them out on Twitter. Feel free to also check out our parent company, side company, sponsor, everything, Latency. They put on events of their own that definitely might be a great place to be if you are interested in that, and a great community that has even more opportunities for gamers like yourself. But with that being said, we will see you guys in just a little bit of time, hopefully with the grand finals of this $250 Whiteout number 50 Frost Esports Weekly event going on.
control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's cold and losing my control. It's crazy. It's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation. It's crazy.
And it goes like
Hey, what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? I have an open invitation, but you're telling me go get lost. I don't wanna see your face. Yeah, what the hell? So why don't we stay out till the morning light? Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. Some Chardonnay, we camp in the parking lot. Leave traces of plastic cups. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get, so what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? So what the hell? So what the hell? What are you waiting for now? And what the hell? You're pretending that you like somebody else. Like you got boys waiting in line to take you home. But tell the truth, you'll spend the night alone. Let's be alone. So why don't we stay out till the morning light? Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best A night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's cold and losing my control. It's crazy. Cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation. Night has come, it's crazy. Night is gone,
And it goes like
you could save me.
attention, but you're telling me go get lost. I don't wanna see your face. Yeah, what the hell? So why don't we stay out till the morning light? Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. Some Chardonnay, we camp in the parking lot. Leave traces of plastic cups. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation.
And we are back. Frost Esports. I'm still Starcoin. This gentleman over here is still Edu, and we are still on for the Whiteout number 50 Grand Finals. Edu, it has been a long and adventurous journey, but now we have only one match to go. Hall of Fame versus Red Flag Gaming.
Yeah, and now we're seeing what can happen here. For some reason, I got someone yelling in my ear. But what I also know is that we should be having some fun times to get these games going. Now, of course, looking at what these guys have been doing, Red Flag GG. They just beat the champions of Frost here, back-to-back champions, who have won the best of ones and the best of threes before. But this time, the stakes are higher. $250, as you pointed out, Star. Mimic GG no longer in the running, and unfortunately didn't really have much to run with as they got shut down hard by Red Flag. But now we're facing Hall of Fame here on the same maps. So we're going to jump straight in with Lotus on the first map, and hopefully with Lotus being the first map, then Bind, that little bit of difference is going to show us what these guys can bring to the table, but the exact same best of three, just in a different order.
Yeah, literally. First match was Bind, Lotus, Ascent. This time it's Lotus, Bind, Ascent. So it's just the same three maps. So we're just going to take a little rebound around the map pool. Same three. And Red Flag, of course, this was the map that they showed up and showed out on first in the first match. They know how to play Lotus. The question is, does Hall of Fame know how to play Lotus?
That's a pretty good question. Does this team with a name of fame have what it takes to win the game? Do they have the aim? Do they have what is all that they need? But of course, looking at what they are bringing right now on the attack side, Hall of Fame is rocking a very powerful team composition, in my opinion. And honestly, I prefer this one over the previous team compositions we might have seen on Lotus. But it's also a mirrored team comp. Double controller with Viper and Omen. Initiator being the Sky. Sentinel being the Killjoy, and Raze being the Duelist. So both teams are coming in with the same firepower. Which team is going to land on top is the question.
That's all there is to it. When it comes down to these mirror compositions, it's about who is the better team. Which stack of five is better than the other stack of five? There's no ands, ifs, and there's no questions about what would have happened if I picked this agent instead of this agent. It comes down to your gameplay, your mechanics, your game sense, all of that mumbo jumbo. It's not going to come down to the agents. Who's the better team? The answer is going to be your winner.
Yeah, the answer being the winner here. Let's find out. Obviously, these guys have the skills to get to the finals, but do they have the skills to pay the bills? $250 on the line, 175 split first place, 75 for second. That's enough to buy a ton of Red Bulls, as we previously had discussed with one of the players here, Z's. So let's see who's going to be able to take this cake, as right now we're actually seeing the attack side lean heavily towards a C push.
That we are. Hall of Fame making quick work of their prep time as they push on to C, or actually onto the B side. They waste no time pushing through, getting from C over to B, but it does not work out for them as well as they want to. They lose the first engagement going down a player, and Rice Ballin's going to extend that down to 2 players. 4 versus 2 in the last 50.
Wow, big flashbang. That's going to help out. Maybe getting a pick, but attack now stuck at this corner. Hall of Fame already not looking the best. See what they can do with the wall now falling. They've managed to get themselves in a tree. Now let's see if they can plant the spike and plant some sites. But that is Boda getting a double kill down, now needing to get 2 more. And it's just Duka, one of the players with very little HP. But the jumping flying classic, unfortunately, is not going to work against UK.
Perfect play from you, Keen. And it's a nice round to start us off here. Good job, Red Flag. Let's see some more of it. We saw what Red Flag could do on this beautiful side of Lotus. I gotta say, Lotus probably the most visually pleasing map. And it's really, what do you think?
What do I
If
think
you don't mind me asking.
what do I think looks nicer? The reason why I disagree with Lotus being visually appealing, I really like Haven. I think it's one of the most standard maps, but it has a lot of different unique layers to it. Most of Lotus looks very similar to other parts of it, while Haven, you have very unique different parts, like, of course, the rock formation. The headshot formation that Duke just did was clean as ever. But I think Haven, it's a very much older map, but I still think it has a lot of beauty that you just have to look around and find.
Spike down. C.
I can get that.
One enemy remaining.
4v1, leaving it all to Fancied. Fancy.
Oh, and Pearl.
Not
Pearl.
Fancy.
Pearl's definitely
Pearl's
nice.
a good. Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, give me Pearl. Yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot about Pearl. 2-0 is the score as we go into the bonus round. To bring us from visually pleasing, let's talk about gameplay pleasing. Don't get much more pleasing than watching Red Flag play on Lotus. They are insane at this map. First 2 rounds going their way. The bonus is going to be an eye-opener here, whether it'll be Red Flag or Hall of Fame stealing this one away. Either way, we're going to have some eyes open. We're going to get a little closer look of how these two teams make their way through and how they work as a unit.
Let's see this now. These guys definitely have the position. They have the strats. They have the skill. But let's see what pays the bill. It's second round, or third round, technically. This is where the rifles are going to be into play. But look at the bonus they're bringing. All Spectres and a single Sheriff. When you got one iron on your hip, let's see who's going to be winning the game. Of course, we have flashbangs, we have skills, but it is a fat stack on C.
C stack is just going to be completely ignored. They don't have to push through it. There are 2 other sites that they can go to, and they're going to go to the one on the far side. Give them the A site. Hall of Fame gonna need to hold it down, though. Let's talk about the comp real quick while we got a time. 5 Vandals and 5 Light Shields. A headshot from that Sheriff's going to be the end no matter what range they're at. And the Spectre only going to take 2 headshots to get this frag.
Only 2, but let's see this now. The retake, definitely going to be tough. But I think running guns like an SMG might be doable for a playstyle like this. I mean, we're already seeing this, and there it is. They're going to just run it down, but wait a second. The bomb's planted for middle, but it doesn't matter to Rice. Ballin, he's getting a double kill. Ballin up, but also deflating. But the bomb just gets defused, and Duca forgets that there's one more. Luckily, they're all dead.
3 in a row, and is able to steal a couple of guns from there. That was best case scenario for this squad. Defense has been wonderful, and Red Flag just keeps on flying higher with every map that we play, Edu. But can they keep it up? We're putting a big name, a big chip on their shoulder, and we aren't even halfway through the first half. But man, this team has been so good throughout all 3 maps that we've played, and it's looking like the 4th is going to go that way as well.
Yeah, the 4th could definitely look in their favor, but look at this, Z's. You know, we were told to watch out for Z's. We were told to watch out for a lot of these players, but I want to see why we were told that with some of this gameplay popping off. Looks like we are going to actually see a lot of damage being dealt to the attacking Viper.
Speaking of Z's.
Wow.
Oh! Oh my goodness! Click shift with the counter strafe of the year contender. Going to shut KJ down. B-side going to get the plant down.
One
Click shift
enemy
gets a
remaining.
triple. Leaves it all up to Z's, who was healed back up to a little higher. But it's not going to matter because the Vandal, he lands 2 shots. And 4 is held. The number and the round win gives them 4 with
Wow.
the keys.
Pretty solid job there. Honestly, exactly what you need to be seeing. And they managed to do it pretty well. So, not terrible, but I'm also looking at Hall of Fame, and Hall of Fame is having it rough. They're not having it their way. It's definitely one of those positions that they do not want to find themselves in, but unfortunately are here, and they might be here to stay. So looking at now click shift, looking at the rest of the side on the defense, here's the buy round coming out. This is where we're going to be seeing rifles. This is where we're going to be seeing some ultimates. 2 away for Simulate, 2 away for T-Bite. If they can get those online and just get one sight, they should be fine. But it's going to take a few rounds to just chip away at the money that the defense has built up.
Cover going out.
They would definitely like to win this round if we're talking about a Hall of Fame. If they don't, that's going to put them in another either force or eco round situation. And when you've lost 5 in a row, when you have to make that decision, there's no easy choice whether you eco and nearly forfeit a 6th round for free, or you try to fight it off and risk being even worse off if you lose. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place. So it is in Hall of Fame's best interest to not even look at the rock nor the hard place. But it's easier said than done, considering Vancy doesn't have any armor and Z's has 25.
Yeah, there's a lot to look about here. A lot to really just add your brain and wrap it around. But I gotta point out, I think with what Attack has been doing is that they're so consistent in taking the time to burn out utility and just make it so they're not expected.
Left.
Look at how many people have to rotate right now. You got 3 people scrambling to get to a different part of the map.
Spike down A.
Wow. The lockdown detains one. Almost locking this round down. The spike is down. 14 seconds ago, I think it's safe to say this one is Dunzo Bunzo. Vancy going to TP away, save up the Vandal, or the Phantom, excuse me. T-Bite could have tried to do the same, but they're going to have a fight to win. Vancy does lose it, but T-Bite's going to get away.
Wow. There's nothing you can do. You can't get the bomb planted. You know, they managed to have great timing to get themselves onto a site, but the aim just came out on top there. The fundies, the fundamentals, the things that make a first-person shooter live up to that title. The shooting part, the fact that it's in their hands. They're the first people to get the picks. They're winning these rounds because when it comes down to 1v1s, they're not contested right now. And that is why I would expect after this round, the next buy round we're going to see, if there isn't a timeout paired with it, this could be a very quick game.
Really good. See, it's a force round, and it looks like they've chose to walk towards the hard place. Came down to the hypothetical we were talking about last round. Will it work for them or will it not? That's going to be the question. We're going to get our answer within the next minute and a half. It's been really, really hard for Hall of Fame to get anything, and I don't think it's going to get any easier. They're going to have to play better. One trade-off, Simulate with the Stinger, close range, gets the better, but Animal right there to trade him off. Makes it a 4v4.
Ooh, big ulti there. Absolutely beautiful job. Manages to hit nothing. But what else is a big ultimate could be this Viper Pit for the side of Attack to help them get the bomb planted. But Rice balling and Vancy now falls. It's all going to be up to the person who popped their ultimate. But wait, what is...
Jew. This is
I was
one-sided galore.
Yeah, just a bit. Just a little bit.
When they went 10-2 against the back-to-back Whiteout champions, we should have expected this, because Mimic is a team that Frost Esports has been completely rocked by several weeks in a row. Mimic has been one of the best teams that we've ever seen compete in these Whiteouts, and for Red Flag to 13-5 and 13-2 them back-to-back is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, but I will point out, I'm glad we're seeing a timeout. That timeout tells me that they know what they need to do. They have the ideas to try to build it back up. They might have a time to take a deep breath. First time since the game started that you actually have enough time to think about what is going to be going on here. You know, you got Simulate, has a wonderful amount of money, has a great ultimate to try to get that entry frag. And we also have T-Bite to guarantee that the site will be taken if they really wanted to. And they're facing off against ultimates that are just 2 controller ultimates. They are very much situational, while these ones are offensive. So will offense beat defense is the real question. So far, they haven't beat them at all, and they're 0-6.
Definitely not over, but like you said, the ults do help them out with the showstopper, which you can use pretty much anywhere. If you see someone, go ahead and press the button. Same with the lockdown. If you get close to a site, go ahead, pop it, force them to fall back. Like you said, the Viper's Pit and Into the Shadows, you have to play those very carefully because you could very easily waste those ults, and those are 2 ults that you really don't want to waste. They're, I would say, high risk, high reward, but they're more like high rarity, high reward, considering how rare the Into the Shadows is. Viper's Pit, not as much, but still very situational.
Yeah, I mean, very situational here, but let's see if they're going to be able to pull that situation forward and actually put themselves in a position that is powerful enough to win it. Right now, I'm seeing that the attack takes their time. They have been able to try to bait out some of these ultimates, try to trigger some of these guys to maybe pop that Viper Pit early. Flick shift did take a little bit, but now attack wants to take B. Honestly, using an ultimate like this to take one of the easiest sites, kind of odd. But they're putting that ultimate down and actually rotating, maybe trying to fake a B to push into C, but it's not making anyone fall for that. Duka is still here to get the picks down.
Oh, the headshot doesn't land. Duka, big whiff. Simulate on the rotate, sprays through. Odin with the open. I flipped that around. I'm sorry, chat. 20 seconds to go. Trying to land the shots. The Omen still cooking. Odin is there. Rice catches the 1 player off. T-Bite goes down, and it's up to a 1 versus 1, and the Seekers come out. This is a massive advantage. Trailblazer coming out as well. Cannot get the stun, but still, they have the advantage. They need to play this right. Spike is ticking. Simulate. Bring around the Rosies over towards the left side. Does Rice Ball see it? That's the question. Near full HP for both of these players. Rice Ball gonna get the upper hand. Walks in front, but Simulate gets the better of it. Give him a 3K and give them the first round that they've got. 6-1 is gonna be our score.
Wow, 6-1, not bad. I will point out, very unfortunate for Rice Ball in there. Had eyes on the right corner for the longest time. The second they look away is when the push happens. We call that timing with a capital T because it terminates all hope you have. But now, 6-1, we have even more gameplay to watch as this could be the start of something new. But of course, defense still has a lot of money to work with. They still get a full buy here, but we still have 2 players that can't afford. A Sheriff in the hands of Boda, a Bulldog in the hands of Van Seed. Can they win it? Let's find out. Duka popping this ultimate, completely sealing off A and cutting all the momentum of this very early push.
Red Flag just has to stay focused. They made a mistake. They let that round slip away, but they still have a massive advantage. They can't let that go to waste. That they're going to pop the Viper's Pit. Like you said, use it to as good as you can to hold them off as long as possible. You don't necessarily have to use the Viper's Pit just to control a site. You can just put it in the middle of mid and delay this attack as long as possible. Like the push, reaction time, not good enough for click shift, but that's going to call the rotate over. It's going to be Rice Ball to get there first. T-Bite pushing through. Gets alarm botted, tries to run away, and they're gonna let him too.
There we go. Rice Ball now taking out Van Seed. Absolutely crucial. Beautiful stuff. But now, let's see what else they can do. I am watching now. Rice Ball needed to get the info. Setting in that dog, but look at the positioning. It's all in mound. It's what makes C one of the toughest places to capture, especially when there's a Killjoy and apparently an Odin. So, are they going to be able to break all the util? They will. And immediately just falls down. There's nothing they can do to try to touch this bomb except for Duka's positioning here, but it gets spotted, and there's the round. C site is just not something you want to fight.
A perfect plant position for Hall of Fame. They're starting to really get to work. It was a slow start. They were slacking off, but here they are. Simulate starting to pick up where it needs to be picked up. 9-6 is their KD, only player positive. But if you can keep getting these team-based plays and keep funneling the kills on into the race, then I see no problem with it with a couple of your players being negative. It's not a perfect scenario, but if it gets rounds, I'm not complaining.
I've got your trail.
They just let that happen. They walked right through the smoke, not thinking anything of it, and they will forfeit 2 kills for completely free. Vancid and Z's are down as they're now stuck in mid, stuck between whether rotating all the way around to A or trying to get through to B. Looks like now they're going to make the decision. They're going to try to go back to C.
I mean, yeah, they've tried to rotate into C because it's very powerful.
One enemy
But
remaining.
so is Rice
Spike
Ballin.
down,
A
attackers
one tap
on.
ticks him away before Simulate is able to get one. Can Simulate clutch again? However, Bomb now down and in a horrible position. Does, unfortunately, though, for the side of attack, have an ultimate they might be willing to use, but swings out and oh my god, gets 2 before falling. That's what you need to be seeing from Simulate, but it's a little too late.
Big thanks to the whiff by Yukine. You know, it happens. Don't think much of it. You got the round win. Let's keep on pushing. You broke the slump 2 rounds in a row that you fell. But now, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and let's get ready. We're nearing the end of this half. We are on round 10. We got 3 more left to go. A possibility to send us into halftime double digits. Talk about starting off the match with a statement.
And they're starting off with these big statements, bold statements. They're putting it in bold, italics, underlined, and in quotes because you're going to want to remember this game. Now 7-2. This is the opening we're seeing from these guys. So hopefully we're seeing more picks. And yeah, that's what's happening. Click Shift now taking out Boda. Now ready for more. Here we go. Dog will bite down on Aziz, but it's not going to stop Click Shift, who is going to just take their time, knowing that they have this ultimate to back up on. If they get multiple ideas, they can just jump in and take it. And they've already managed to take out their initiation. So no flashbang is available to try to take a site. Without that flashbang, no healing is available to bring up your Raze and your Omen. Sky is the one thing that glues this team comp together.
That's exactly what's going on this attack. This attack is not necessarily doomed, but man, they are disadvantaged as all heck. Technically, if you want to use the paranoia, you can, but I don't even think that Vancid has a paranoia this round. He's going to get 1 frag. Simulate gets taken down with the Odin. 3 versus 3, but with 30 seconds to go, they're going to have to get something going. Here comes the showstopper, nearly kills themselves. And that's going to put Hall of Fame up 1 as the spike is down. They need to hold this.
Last player standing.
Need to hold it, but Steez is going to hold that down. I mean, that one flashbang was perfect. Unfortunately, it was perfect because it was from the other side of the team. That was a team flash, I believe. Rice Balling actually blinded him.
I believe so.
Yes, because nothing else could blind him except for a sky flash like that. So, very unfortunate. Not what you would like to be seeing, but if that team could do it like that, might show a lot of good news here. So, Simulate. They're now up here, and they're ready to stay up. They're ready to keep this moving, keep it going here. But I'm also looking forward to Vancid, who should be able to lock this down. Oh my god.
Double kill from Simulate. Both headshots. I was just about to say, the economy's not looking too good. We got Rice Ballin'. Sheriff, 1 taps to the head.
Spike planted.
They might just honestly be saving just the early round save.
Player
Or
standing.
maybe not. Maybe they get a little overzealous. 1v4. Omen, what can you do? Lands a shot, Yukine. You need a little more than that, but not going to get it. 7-4. And we have a possibility, Edu, of going into half
Last
with a
round in the
7-5
half.
scoreline.
Yeah, a 7-5 score line and even more to work with. These guys know what they're doing. They're rocking this down, but can we actually see it get to 7-5? That's the real question. They've run out of ultimates. They have Vancid's 1 away, but that's a 2-9 Omen with an Omen from the shadows. Not ideal, but looking at defense, who, yes, might have taken a little bit of a turn for the worst in these recent rounds. But I don't think that's going to stop them, as this is the final round, their bye round. They have the ult economy. They have what they need. Animal is one away from taking it. So I'm not sure. I think it could be anybody's round here.
Gonna need to see some solid play. This round is absolutely not decisive. This round is not decisive. So whichever one of these teams wants to play better this specific round, that'll be our team. Slowly pushing up. Hall of Fame taking their time, taking up the space. Z's going to reveal themselves. Duka,
Strike down.
headshot onto Boda. Simulate getting one as well, and Z's finally falling. Paint shell. Yukine lands a shot. Give him a double before they're taken out. And it's up to the op. The operator of T-Bite, 45 HP, and the Seeker going to spot him out. Blind as well. Spike is down on site. Edu, it's a 2 versus 1. One of them's on rope, jumps down. Might just be a matter of time for this last player. And yes, it will be.
I mean, there was a slight chance that they could have clutched it up, as both of the defenders were stacked up in that position. But unfortunately for them, it's now an 8-4. Unable to clutch that up and breaking the streak that they had built. We are now seeing a switch of the sides with a mirrored team composition. So was it defense sided, or was it just red flag sided? That's the real question, is now we are moving into the second half. Can we see these players play better? I think Omen is going to be a little happier being on offense than defense, in my opinion. I'm going to hope that we are seeing the Killjoy start popping off, as they are now on the defense. So I don't know. I'm thinking that we're going to be seeing these guys kind of balance themselves out and hopefully find a good balance to might have Hall of Fame bring this back. But again, red flag is on fire, as you pointed out earlier today.
Got a feeling it's going to come down to the pistol round in the second, of which one of these teams is going to take the initiative in game 2, or in the second half of game 1. Because whether or not it's just defender sided or red flag is just that good of a team. It's going to come down to these first few rounds. Right now, it's looking like Hall of Fame are not too bad. 5-3 is now the player scoreline. Simulate going to put us up a little bit further on. Traded out by Yukine. 4 versus 2, but Yukine still keeps on pushing. It's a headshot from the classic B site, still being contested. I don't think they're going to be able to get it, especially considering your top frag now, Yukine, is done. Your top frag for this round anyway. Duka has so much work to do.
Yeah, Duka has a lot of work to do, but if Duka can do it, Duka will. Let's see it. 12 HP. It's pistol round, though, and that's a ghost in hand. That's a one-tap potential. It's just all about the timing, the angle, and they whiff one, getting their information given up, but Boda, the rest of their team, he's actually going to be able to grab the spike for free, and the wall is going to prevent them from moving away, but look at this. Duka reading it smart. Checking for everything. With 15 seconds, you're going to have to try to run to get that bomb planted, and wait a minute.
10 seconds
They're still anchoring down. They're allowing the bomb to get planted, which will allow for a much better economy buy if they were to force up next round. So this could be risky.
Good. Holding in the corner. If a shot lands, then Duka's done. Going to get paranoia. And the leg shot lands. Checking the wrong angle. Jumping down a little too late. First round of the halves going to Hall of Fame with 2 players left alive, and the lead has been shortened to 3.
Yeah, the lead now getting shortened here. These guys are just doing something different every single time. But I will point out as well, these guys know how to just angle themselves for a good comeback. I mean, they've managed to take a pistol round. That's the first step. You can't walk through a door without taking at least one step. It's 1 foot in front of the other here. So looking at this now, 8-5. Are we going to see a little bit of a comeback?
I mean, it seems to be likely. They've won 2 rounds for every round that red flag has won these last few. Will this trend keep up? If it does, we are going to see a very different ending than we originally might have expected. Like you said, they are going to buy up a little bit with a Ghost,
Spike
a Frenzy
planted.
as well. Saving a little bit for next. Frenzy not able to land these shots, but the spike does get down. It's going to give him a little bit of money, a little bit of ult orbs as well, so that's going to help out a lot. Right-click classic from Yukine takes one, but it's not going to be enough to save the round.
Ooh.
Very quick here from Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quick round, but that's another round in a row where Attack got to plant the bomb and get some money. So this round, full armor, full utility, full rifles versus a bonus hero rifle of a single Phantom that was not bonused. It was purchased. It was bought by Z's. So that's a rifle where you're not going to have one next turn. That's also expensive for T-Bite. He can't afford a weapon here. So unless Z's with this hero rifle and no armor can manage to get at least 1 or 2 picks and guns in the hand of his teammates, this is going to be a tough bonus round to win.
Might be going back to the A site. It's worked very well for them. Worked very well for them in the last match. But will it work this time around? They're on the attack. So far, they have not won a single attacking round. Bonus in the second were not too kind to them. But now we got some guns in the hands. Let's see what Red Flag can do. Taking some pot shots. No real forward movement just yet. I don't think they want to go too hard in the paint. Might want to try to rotate, take some space over somewhere else. So that's what KJ's doing. Checking the waters back there. 1 for 1. Z's and Ballin both finding frags as the Raze is down, but the Viper is also down.
Oh, good shot.
Headshot, too.
Wait, how much ammo does he have left? He's got 23 rounds left. And he shot almost all of them to this wall. 14.
30 seconds left.
And it doesn't matter. Wins it out, but only one person falls. So, yeah, a tough round to bonus win, and that's what happened. I mean, crazy stuff, but still, looking at these guys hitting the shots, looking at how they're able to just work together, I'm thinking that this is, yes, going to be a close game in this half, but at the same time, I like that we are seeing Red Flag at that peak that we saw them in the semifinals.
Me as well. They're looking really, really good. Now that they got some guns in their hands, they got past that hump of the pistol round and the second. The bonus was theirs very easily, and they'll probably have another one right here unless Z's can put that Ghost to work. Because sure, they got 5 rifles, or they got 4 rifles, but they also have a pistol and 2 players with light armor, which is not the scenario that you want. A-site. Absolutely looking a lot cleaner this time around. It's only the Sky on site, and you just got to push through. Boda actually not even on the site itself, just in that little side compartment there. And if they want to get this plant down, it's going to be completely free.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it is going to be completely free here. It's going to be tough to take, but with how much the defense can try to bring this back, I think they might be able to at least get 1 or 2. This is their buy round. This is the round where they get the rifles, the 4th round of the second half. Nice damage onto Yukine. Click shift is going to hear a lot of footsteps, but is he going to be able to spot out the Omen in time? I mean, he hears them right up close and personal, but unfortunately reads it wrong. The bomb's getting stuck, and there's nothing they can do. They're going to be able to take it back. Oh my god, that was a very thrifty round with whatever guns they can afford, and they did it.
They just fell off the site too easily. Why would they not hold it down? You can't just forfeit it up. You can't hold all the way back. You don't got any lineups for that. One of the easiest rounds I've ever seen from Hall of Fame. And Red Flag had everything handed to them on a silver platter, and they just smacked it out of their hand. 9-7 is the score. On the edge of economic collapse now, as it's only Yukine with plus 1,000 creds in the pocket.
Yeah, only Yukine there. Only one left. Not the greatest position, but with now how we have these players, with now how these guys have money on both sides again, it's about who. It's a race to double digits, really. But Animal spotting out one, but the blind's going to stop. I mean, triple stacking on B. How can you expect that? With Animal gone, though, it will open the door for the bomb to get planted inside a Viper pit. So before their problems that they're played off of the site, let's see how they play on it.
Click shift, getting way too overzealous and just pushing that shot little too quick than it wanted to. Rice Ballin's going to try to trade it out. Gets the one down. Z's is gone. Can't control the spray. And now Duka has got to fall back. Going to get back into it. Smoke. But it's all falling down from here. They're going to try to tap this bomb. Spray lands. One more shot. The crosshair's not on. Fancy gets the defuse. Defenders take another round in Hall of Fame, clawing themselves back into this game.
Beautiful job. Exactly what you need to be doing, and they managed to do it pretty well. So, good stuff from Hall of Fame. Let's see if they can keep this up, as now they have the curve. They have the momentum. They've built up the roots of their tree, and they will let it grow. These guys know what they're doing, and hopefully they can keep this up. Will they, though? That's the main question, because in a position like this, it's not always a guarantee if they will or if they won't. But I can confirm that these guys do have what it takes to be the grand finalists here. So let's see if they do that. Defense now split off, ultimate on C site, and a big push towards A.
Gotta say, this round likely going the way of Hall of Fame. Attacking on Lotus is very difficult. You gotta play at range at certain points. When you don't have any ranged weapon beside a Sheriff, it's even harder. Click shift's gone. All you're left with is a couple of SMGs, a shotgun, and a Sheriff. So, I mean, sure, you can make something out of it, but you're going to have to try really, really hard, especially now that you're down a player. We're going to come out, try to funnel in the engagements to one spot. But even with that funnel, they need to take these engagements, and there's no way that they're going to be able to get an upper hand in any one of them.
Ooh, Rice Ballin. Great position. With a judge. Nobody's going to be able to get out of that angle, but defense still on the point. But what a timing diff from Sim. And there's Rice Ball. The angle managed to work out, get them a gun, but with 20 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to find this raise. Can they find him in due time? You can too low to try to push him. Bomb now in hands, but what? What?
You gotta be kidding me.
The bomb has to get planted. Come on. Oh, no. Wow.
Z's with a judge. We've seen Duka pop off with the judge in that last round, but Z's was the one that made the executioner pop off. And now, Edu, let's take a rewind a little bit. We were at a 6-0 score line. What's the score now? 9-9. The comeback is on. One of these teams getting double digits. Red Flag is on a bye round, so they need to make something of this one. The economy has been solidified here from Hall of Fame, but they need to keep it up. Hall of Fame has had their way for the past 10 rounds, only dropping 3. Only dropping 1 in the second half. And Red Flag needs to revive their first half ways.
You gotta revive something here. I mean, it's no guarantee that that's what is going to happen. But what can be guaranteed is that so far, we're seeing a big comeback. We're seeing exactly what these guys need to do. Done quickly, done swiftly, done right. Now we're seeing ultimates, though, from defense. Now we're seeing a big potential to maybe build this back up. And that maybe is all you really need. So here we are. Z's grabbing one. Z's going for the ace, but falls to Yukine. Yukine still needs to get the spike. And he does. And oh my god, it's so many. But at the end of the day, it's just too many defenders on the retake.
Very nice attempt from Yukine, but it wasn't enough, Edu. It was so close, but he couldn't get it done. Double digits now reached from Hall of Fame. And look at the economy once again. Red flag forced into another eco round, and they're taking a timeout. This is the right call. They needed a timeout either now or next round. As soon as they could get it out, they needed it. Because now the lead has been choked officially. They are now losing. They are now the team playing catch up. They were so used to having that cushion. They didn't think much of it. All right, everything's fine. But now they're trailing. They need to get back on that high horse as soon as possible. Because let's not forget, Hall of Fame's only 3 rounds away from winning map 1, Lotus, which was the map that they killed last time.
Yeah, they really did murder and massacre that round to a pretty egregious extent. So now that we're here, now that we know what these guys can do, it's looking good. Timeouts looking great for them to try to find a good time. But I also want to point out how these guys have actually been playing. What has been their weakness? I mean, I think it's their timing. I think it's maybe down to the communication. I feel like they should be looking together at one point of the map, especially when you have a guy who just got a multi-kill. And there's no trades for that guy. That's communication issues. Because if a guy is able to get 3 kills, that means the reaction time to you getting taken down and communicating he's here in time is an issue. So I'm hoping that if they just start talking to each other a little bit more vigorously and a little bit more purposefully, they should be able to win this.
Oh, for sure. It worked for them for the first 6 rounds. I would also like to see some better positioning. It just seems like they constantly put themselves in a position to be swung on by 2 players, and they're never able to get the first engagement. But to bring us back to the gameplay, C site has been pushed wide open, but let's not forget about Z's. Mentioning them, they're sitting right there in the corner with a Phantom, waiting for the attackers to get a little too comfortable. Click shift, just looking to mid, not even minding CT, because no one would ever hide in that corner, would they? Well,
no.
Z's would. Z's would. Z's absolutely would. They do get flashed out. That's going to expose them. It's not going to matter because when you got the left click, you can just hold it down through the smoke, get a frag. Easy money for Hall of Fame. Looking for one more, but they're not going to get it. They got to fall off.
Seconds left.
It'll be a 5 versus 3. Make it a 5 versus 2. Never mind, Edu. Make it a 5 versus 1. Animal. Last one left. Flawless round for Hall of Fame.
Jesus. Okay, Hall of Fame. I almost ruled you out at the start, but this comeback has been insane from Hall of Fame. They have really picked up the paces and put this team further and further ahead of the enemies, and they might be able to keep this going. They have the opportunity to just keep exactly what they need to the point of no return. I mean, I'm loving what I'm watching from Hall of Fame. They're probably not. Hall of Fame, not really too phased by this gameplay. It looks like they've been doing this all day, but we know that that's not the case. But I am going to point out attack. They haven't been able to just punch through this yet. They're on a 5 rounds in a row loss streak right now.
5 rounds in a row, and we've heard it several times from your dad at a barbecues. Defense wins championships, and Hall of Fame, they're looking like they're about to win a championship. Map 1 firmly in their control, despite starting off down 6-0. They are controlling like no other. Boda lands the first frag, but click shift not going to give it up too easily. Simulate has to swing around, can't land the shot. The 80 spam gets the job done.
Last player standing.
And now it's a 1v3.
Wow, okay. Maybe they are going to be able to turn this around. We did see a timeout for them a little while ago, and now we're seeing it slightly different, being able to hopefully pay off. But again, these guys aren't concerned. Z's, though, might give them that reason to be concerned. Getting that shot down on a Rice ball, and there goes one of your top frags. There goes one player that you wanted to stay alive, and unfortunately don't have anymore. So let's see what else can happen. Animal waiting for this player Z's to swing,
Last player standing.
but not patient enough. But here's the lineups, and Z's is too low to deal with that. Wait a second. Z's can stick this. Wait.
There's no way.
Okay.
It's halved. No time. Duke are going to swing. Gets the frag. Lineup Larry wins another round. 10-11, we're both on double digits, and Edu, this is the closest map we've had so far. I don't think you can get a better start to the grand finals. We've had a comeback and a 10-11 game, and I got a feeling it's only going to get closer unless Hall of Fame can get back on their mark and put it back into overdrive.
I think they can. I really do. This team has proven themselves to want to keep the lead that they've given themselves, and they might just. It's one of those moments in a game that we all know. It's the moment of pressure. It's the moment of weakness. So let's see how they are able to work this out. Now, 10-11. We're seeing this go real close. And if we remember, if you guys didn't know, the score line for the semifinals here of Hall of Fame versus the team that they just beat was 10-13. So very similar. These guys have played a whole lot of almost the same game. So
skirmish coming in. Yukeen lands a frag. Sees though, catches one. Simulate. Give him two. Almost the third. But now when the dust settles, we're at a 2 versus 2. But the Seekers are here for Rice Ball, and they are hunting down these players. Spike's going to go down, and it's up to this retake. KJ, Omen, on this push. I think I did a little bit of damage through that box. Either way, it's not enough to make that much of a difference.
Last player standing.
More. Duka, nice shot. 1 versus 2. Vancy needs to see this one. Has it. There's one more left. One pillar this game left. And Vancy says, get out of here. Match point, Hall of Fame.
okay, match point for Hall of Fame, and might just be the final hauler to really put these guys cemented in game one on a map that completely started the reverse sweep that we saw here in the semis from Mimic GG versus ggRedFlag. So the fact that that has changed itself, the fact that these guys have been able to put themselves back on the roster, back in the game, tells you everything you need to know about who you're dealing with here. And I think that dealing is going to be detrimental at the end of the day. So far, we've seen a loss, but it's a best of 3. Same best of 3 maps, though. So, I don't know. Where are your predictions now that we've seen how these guys have battled it out?
Not sure. I gotta say that this map gonna go to Hall of Fame as it is an eco round here on the match point round. Duka with a Sheriff needs to put it to good use, but I think the Sheriff's about to have its last ride. 1 versus 5 with map 2 hanging in the bounds, and it's a spray through the smoke. 3K for KJ. 13-10 is the final score for map 1, and Hall of Fame made Lotus their stomping grounds.
Absolutely. They made sure that they put themselves ahead of the game, locking it in. Obviously, though, nobody really played poorly on either side. That was a close game. Both teams played really well. There wasn't any major errors or consistent errors that were being made. It was mostly just, at the end of the day, it came down to those 1v1s. Duka versus, Simulate clutching them up almost every time. Z's being one of those players that was consistently clutching up. I mean, that's why you get a combat score of 363. That's why you get 5 first bloods on a duelist. That's why you win those fights. So, honestly, no real complaints from me on the department of how good these guys performed. It just came down to those little moments of the 1v1s, and that can, be a question. Why did we have a 1v1 at the end instead of a 3v1? Where did our lives dwindle early into the round? But next, we're going to be jumping into Bind, so I'm pretty excited to see what can happen here. But Bind, as a map that we saw not go so well for the side here of ggRedFlag, what are your predictions now that we know that this is the team that they're facing?
Red Flag is a team that has had so much success on maps like Lotus that we thought that it was just going to be another stomp here on Lotus, but that didn't happen. The comeback was on. Lotus did not go their way in turn. It ended up being a 13-10, and now we go to Bind, the map that they didn't do so well on, it could either have the reverse effect of what it did in the first match, or Red Flag could fall to the pressure. They could crumble. Hall of Fame, they played really well on Lotus. They could play really well on Bind. Red Flag can make the same mistakes they did in match one. It's going to come down to just how they play. They need to push on past because this match is not over just yet. There's still $250 on the line. Just because you lose the first match does not mean that we are done. The series still has more to come. Next map will be Bind at you. The sandy wasteland we saw earlier, which, if you do not remember, Red Flag got 13-5'd on.
Yeah, they do not have a great bind, but as chat will remind you, they really wanted to see what can happen. So they put themselves in a position where it was a warm-up on bind, but you don't have enough time to warm up anymore. Maybe it was a warm-up on Lotus, but you already played on Lotus, so who knows what's going to happen. I like what we saw from both teams. I can't wait to see what happens, but we're going to have to wait as we do have some players readying themselves, getting some water, using the bathroom. Do the same, but also while you are taking a little bit of a break, we'll be back in a few minutes here. Go check out some of our sponsors. So you got Lagger. If you want to check out that org, a great person is in charge of that. You've probably seen him in chat as well. You also have Latency, one of our other orgs that is here. They run events. They do a whole lot of stuff. And then we have one more event, or not event, sponsor here. Playchart. You're right. And let me ask you, Star, what does Playchart do?
Playchart is a global game ranking platform here to help you express your love for the most popular video games in randomly generated head-to-head matchups. So if you want to just get your love of the game out into the world at random, Playchart GG is the best place to do that. So make sure you go check it out. And of course, Lagger Gaming. It is the Call of Duty clan, started out over 10 years ago and now has grown to over 30 members globally. And of course, Latency, the best place to find events for your team across Start GG, Challenge, Battle Fight, and even more. But with that, Edu, I think we're actually ready to send it to a break. So we'll see y'all later. Bind will get underway as soon as we return. $250 hangs in the bounds, but which team's going to grab it? That seems to be decided. If you want to find out, don't go anywhere.
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's all losing my control. The light is gone, the night is come, it's crazy. Control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation.
And welcome back, everybody, to Frost Esports RL. It is the Whiteout Weekly number 50. We got Valorant, and we're ready to see who's going to have enough talent to win it. We are ready. Me and Star have been practicing everything we need to know about these teams, really cementing the fact that these guys know what they're doing. They have the strategy. They have the skills to pay the bills. But do they have what it takes to actually take the cakes? Let's find out as we're jumping straight into Agent Select and seeing on the map of Bind, what is the strategy for us? Star, looking at these teams, what do we see?
See a very similar lineup. One of the only differences is we have a Sage for a Cypher. Interesting pick. I believe we saw something very similar last time around the bend, or I should say last time around the Bind. Haha, knee slapper. But yeah, similar setups. One Sentinel for another. It's going to be Sage for a Cypher, with Hall of Fame deciding to go with the Intel route. Meanwhile, it's ggRedFlag going with the heal route. Double healers, Sky and Sage, both available.
Yeah, double healers, pretty powerful stuff. What you need to be doing is just play it smart, play it together, and make sure you win the game. I mean, they have what it takes to win that. Will they? Who knows? At this stage of the game, could be anybody's move. So far, we've seen these guys really just cement themselves down as a team that is not to be messed with. But who's going to mess with them? That's the question.
Talking about Hall of Fame, it's going to be ggRedFlag. But if we're talking about ggRedFlag, it's going to be Hall of Fame. And we've seen that one firsthand. ggRedFlag's going to try their best. They did last time, but it was not enough. Hall of Fame player one's caught off, but not before finding a frag on Rice Ballin. That frag's going to leave B-site nearly completely wide open. Of course, you still got Duka holding out near CT, but I think it might be all for naught as this spike going to go down thanks to the Sky Boda.
Yeah, thanks to the Sky, they could have a decent chance at success here. Well, let's find out. I like what we're seeing. Pushing in, getting a clean headshot. That is what you want to see from D1. And another one down. The Viper has fangs, and they are sinking into him. Oh, my God. Okay. All right. This is already a good start. But I got to point out. It was 6-0 last time. So good starts don't really mean much against these two teams.
Very much true. Considering 6-0 is one of the best starts you can get without being just completely undefeated in that map. Yeah, it's a solid start, but the work is absolutely not done. The work wasn't done last time, and they got reminded of that hard. The real world hit them in the face. The real Valorant world, I should say. It makes sense, I promise. Round 2. Buy Up is coming in with 1 Bulldog, 3 Spectres. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hall of Fame, they're going 5 SMGs.
Wow, 5 SMGs in this economy? That's a pretty good way to do it. I mean, they might be able to bring this back. I gotta hand it to them. But talk about bringing it back. These guys are now bringing it back to B with a beautiful bind TP. Let's see what else they can do to try their best here. Obviously, I like what we're seeing from them. They have the skills. They know how to pay the bills, but will they be able to actually get the bomb planted onto a site as they've already lost 2 of their members for the price of 1?
Also lost a lot of their position. A and B side are both held down very strongly. They have to get themselves down, and especially, like you said, they're down a player. It's a 3 versus 4. They're going to try to blast pack in, but it might be all for naught. Maybe not, though. Z's. Spectre, headshot, lands it, and the spike is going to be down. Gives them a little bit of money, gives them the ult as well. And now it's even 3 versus 3, and this might just be the reverse of the second round.
Could be. I mean, these guys have the strats. They have the play. Might be able to even take it. Who knows? I mean, these guys are pretty good gamers. They have the abilities to win this out. But will they?
One enemy remaining.
This is the question. Molly now dropping in, and that is what we like to be seeing. Hopefully, it keeps this going. And that is the round defused.
0.
Oof.
Round
Okay,
1.
I mean, not terrible.
Bonus round now needs to be where Hall of Fame gets it going. But they actually bought up in the second round, and they are at disadvantage yet again. They're going to have to go with 4 sheriffs. Come on, Z's, give us a 5th. We've seen it a couple times. Let's do it one more.
I think they got it. I think they can do it one more. But wait a second. Look at how close Yukine is to having that ultimate. That's concerning.
Oh, you're right.
That's concerning.
Very concerning. On the
Yeah.
bonus round, already at 6 of 7. That is insane, Edu. I would be shaking in my boots if I were a Hall of Fame player right now.
Yeah, well, Van Seed, unlucky timing with pulling out the Molly. Does have a fire axe to maybe chop up some wood, but let's see if they can chop up the enemies. I like what we're seeing from Simulate. Very up close and personal. Attack needs to try to win this round. Unfortunately, they invested so much cash into that second round, and I'm not sure why they did. But there's an ultimate already. Round 3. Okay.
Luca as well. Stinger close range. Gets it working. Viper battle is won by the defense. There's nowhere for Hall of Fame to go. Looks like it'll be another easy round win for Red Flag. They're all just kind of stuck over here at the B site. One of them's in hookah, the other two trying to rotate around main. But the paint shells eliminates the hookah player. And now we got Fancied, we got T-Bite. But they're gonna need to do a lot of work. They got 5 players to go through, and they have a Marshal and a Sheriff. Which, sure, it's a couple of good guns. But against the whole team, I would much rather have something a little bigger. 20 seconds to go. And they're just walking right into a death trap. And I think that they're going to just get killed, try to get the next round, because this one was doomed from the start.
Wow. There's a bonus round 1. I mean, very tough to lose a round you force in and then proceed to lose the next one because you forced in it. It's, you know, it's a domino effect. You put them up, you get knocked down. Do you get up again is the question, though. Will they be able to not get kept down as these guys now have rifles in hands? They're now facing off against, technically, this is the bonus round. They just got a free round here, additional. But this bonus round comes with Yukine having an ultimate right now. So with an ulti like this, you're going to be pretty concerned. You're going to worry how these guys are going to be able to just push up this team. But T-Bite running it down already. I mean, the Cypher, super aggressive, and I kind of like it.
I've got your
Head angle is found from Yukine. Easy frag for Simulate. Trying to get the spike down anyway. I don't think they're going to be able to. They are down a player with a couple of players coming from the flank, specifically Animal. Of course, the Raze click shift has been so good the entire day on the flank. Is Hall of Fame going to see it? That's the question. Whoa, Z's pushes up so much further than I ever would have expected. Catches the frag and now rotates all the way through CT over to B site. Catching a kill on the way out. Give Bodo one as well. You get a kill. You get a kill. And Rice Ballin needs to clutch up.
Yeah, and might be able to clutch it up, but Z's just there with the one tap. Clean as ever. And that is a round 1 by attack. But so expensive. That was, as we pointed out early, one of the first bonus rounds here. So with that in mind, I mean, they have exactly what they need, as this is going to be a tough push up here. So far, It's now op in the hands of Animal. That's right. It's a Sage with an op. And they're facing off against all Phantoms. So this is where the game really heats up. It's just, again, kind of one round later than you would expect the normal curve of Valorant to be due to that bonus round loss.
Just playing a bit of high latency Valorant. Just takes an extra round for them to catch up. The curve's there, but we're just getting a little bit of delay. Sorry about that, chat. Round 5 underway. It's 5 big rifles from the attack. Looking like 4 Phantoms and 1 Vandal. Z is going to pop the Viper's Pit here in short. Think they're just going to abandon it. They're going to try to fake it over, but there's 2 holding in hookah, and the teleporter did go off. They heard that, and now the location is aware.
Yeah, and now that they're aware, we got Yuki getting a nice clean pick. T-Bite taking a bite out of his own head thanks to that wonderful headshot. Now, look at D1 Duca. This is a judge in hand, ready to be very judgmental. What a flick! Doubling it up and getting the headshot. Do it again for me, Duca. Come on. I just love to watch you play, and you are playing so beautifully. And no, it's Simulate getting a one-tap down on a click shift. Here we are. Now, Nade stopping D1 Duca. Post-mortem, Marty Dom, and a domination. However, it's 4-1 in the favor of the side on defense.
The paint shell did not do anything to alter the end of the round, but it did take off a little bit of money. That is a good thing. Even if they have a bank set up, they have a lot of money in the reserve, still to take off 2,900 is going to chip away. If you can do that every round for a few rounds, eventually the economy is going to crack. And if this eco round goes their way, even if it doesn't go their way, even if they're just able to get like a kill or 2, maybe even 3, that would do wonders for them next round. Because we got to remember, it may look like Red Flag are completely dominating this game, but throwback to Lotus about 20 minutes ago, 6-0 was the score at one point.
Yeah, 6-0. That's where we started off early on. And if we want this to go to a best of 2 finish, we're going to have to see that comeback start now to be very similar to that previous curve. But look at that. Click shift, taking out Boda. This is looking great here. Fancied, though. Right inside of Showers, ready to make a nice clean sweep with the Stinger, but Simulate's doing the same thing from behind. Unfortunately, these players aren't able to be consistent enough. Now there's the Viper Pit. Now there's the problems. Rice Ballin's balling up Van Seed and sending him off. This is the ultimate, though, to try to finish some players down. But uh-oh. Wait, that nade's perfect. Oh, what? Check the PC. That's BS. No way did he just hit that shot.
Satchel out.
And secures the round. Going to run through. Simulate tries to get through it as well. But hey, it doesn't matter. They win out the round. And talk about a thrifty round. Edge, did I call it or did I not? They take it away. They take some guns off of it. And the economy's looking shakier than ever.
Yeah, the economy is not the money tree you want to be shaking up, and these guys are doing a great job to try to build it back. They've managed to win the past two in the past 3 rounds here, with now enough to buy. They have, of course, the Vandals. They have everything they need, but I'm also looking at the defense now. They're broke. They got 1 gun, and that was from Yukin being able to walk through the portal after that bomb went boom last time. But look at this. Animal and Yukin just gunning down Simulate. No more of those odd shots happening again.
Animal takes a lot of damage, but you gotta remember, she's Sage. She can just heal up all the way to full HP. And taking a look at the top of the screen, what happened to all of the Hall of Fame players? They're all gone. It's Sage. They're gone. Or Sky, they're gone. Rimmy's gone. Everyone's gone. And now it's a defuse. Round 5 here for Red Flag.
Wow. Round 5. Beautiful job. Red Flag, they, yes, are taking the lead, but again, we have to wait until it gets to this next round. This is the round where we did see the comeback happened for Hall of Fame before, and now they're at the same round. It seems that round 8 is where things turn up. So, who knows? might be able to switch this game around, might be able to put these players on their toes. I know that these guys have what it takes, but ultimates are available again. The post-plant, pre-plant, and all things in between should be pretty tough to take with a res and an orbital strike.
It's another thrifty buy for Hall of Fame. Let's not forget the last time that they had one of these, they were able to take the round. But can they do it again? Can lightning strike twice? Sources say no. But also, I've seen crazier things. Look at Z's. Oh, the Bucky brings him down to a sliver of HP and give him a flawless round. Red flag keeps on hammering. Look at Yukine, 11-1 as we're going into round number 9.
I mean, Yukine has had a day-to-day of comebacks, clutches, and carrying all of the C's together, and they are making sure to CC the enemies and their coaches and saying, you're going to have to play better, because this is what Yukine needs to be doing. But again, they started from low, and they got higher and higher, but who's going to dethrone them now as we are looking at a 6-2 scoreline? We are looking at a 1/2, but not exactly tied up yet. There is a chance here, but look at Click Shift. That's a double kill down for Boda, leveling it out, making this a 3v3, working this around, but the bomb is down, and A is where these players want to be.
Weapon here.
He might has to waste a bunch of time to get that spike back. Look over at Yukine, holding it off in a very advantageous position up in the top of heaven. Spike gonna get planted down by T-Bite. Orbital strike.
Spike planted.
Wants to come out, but decides to save it. Smart decision. Pulled it out a little too late. Retake needs to come in. 3 versus 3.
All right. There's the ultimate now, landing right on the site to scare T-Bite. But if T-Bite's scared off the site, who's going to be able to get the pick? It's still T-Bite, taking out Yukine regardless. Dodging an ultimate now, about to be absolutely hammered through the wall. And that actually helps him get the kills, but it's Simulate. If anybody can do some weird shots, it's this guy. And there's no time anymore. So take the portal and walk away. Yep. Bye. Nothing you can do in there.
Can't Simulate get away, though. That's the question. Oh!
Yeah, you can. They did nerf the distance of the radius on explosion recently by like 20%. So on certain maps, what used to kill no longer kills. So it makes holding late game a little different.
Keeps them near the spike for a little bit longer. Don't have to be as don't have to be as retreativeness. That's not the right word. You don't have to be as retreating as you
retreated.
used to be. As retreated? What?
Yeah, as retreated.
Alright. Yeah, you don't have to be as retreated as you used to be. Anyway, either way, whether you want to say retreated, retreating, running awayness, it's all coming down to this round. Once again, it's red flag, waving it up high. But whoa, what a play from T-Bite. If T-Bite got that second kill, that would have been monstrous, but it does not happen just yet. And it's Vancied. 1v4 yet again.
Right here.
First, a real question. Why is he still here using up all his util? He's got the bomb right there. He could just pick it up and walk away. What's he doing?
Not sure. 16 HP, that does not help at all. You're going to try to jump over it, but they didn't have the spike.
You did have the spike. It was completely accessible.
It was, that's the thing, but they didn't have it. They didn't pick it up. They never picked it up. They jumped around it, playing keepy away, try to get over it, and
if I know my car keys are on this table, I have my car keys. You know, I could pick them up and go get in my car and walk away. I don't understand the play. I don't.
You tried something, did not work. Gives up round 7 for red flag. Back up to round number 11. Hall of Fame has had little to no presence at all. And they have another eco round. This one needs to be better than the last if they want a chance. One trade for one, but the snake bite taking Mr. Cypher all the way down to a sliver of HP. Simulate catches one, gets the Phantom as well, and hold on just a second. This round might not be as easy as we thought.
Might not be too easy, but let's see if they are going to be able to work it out. Defense looking okay. Just because they lost their ulting raise to a headshot from the back of the head doesn't mean they can't clutch us up. They have the Brimstone anchoring the B site. They have who they need to really win this out. But I also will point out and preface it that they don't have the best weapons on attack. And they still managed to win those. Uh-oh. Simulate, though.
No.
Nice juke.
Gotta be this.
One
Rice
enemy
balling.
remaining.
T-Bite's gonna take one down, and Simulate gets the other. It'll be another thrifty round. This team is a thrifty machine
Last
at
round
you.
before the switch.
They're definitely saving us some money right now. They are doing a clean job, but I think with gameplay like this, they're not only saving money, but they're also going to be able to earn money. $250 split to $175 for first place. They want to be taking the cake here. Obviously, they're not winning this game, but they've already won a whole round. They've already taken the first map of Lotus. So if they win this, if they manage to bring it back, they walk away 2-0 here and take the money, the fame, the pride, and anything in between.
The Whiteout's 50th anniversary. 50 weeks in a row, we've been bringing you Valorant action, and I'm Eileen. This has been some insane action. Does not get much better than this. Oh my goodness, that just completely wastes the op down. The old Simulate lands the shot. One-man advantage for Hall of Fame. Spike is in their control, and they have some time to plan it. Fancy's going to get on it. And it's up to a 2v3 retake from Animal. Of course, Duka, who's been so good throughout the entire day, the past 3.5 hours, Duka has been one to watch. But they need a couple more clutch. This will send us into halftime, 8-4. If it goes the way it's going, we're likely going to see 7-5. Oh.
Ooh, that timing for Animal, not crucial. And now the last player standing. A nade like that does spook him out of their corner, but what? Picks up a gun off the ground and puts another one 6 feet down, but you can't clutch up against Simulate. That's a 7-5 half. That is a great comeback and very reminiscent of what we saw previously. So with that in mind, this should be another game that started off with a big push and now has a comeback.
I don't know if my heart can take another one of those, Edu. I'm going to be honest. Map 1 was absolutely insane. If we see that one again, I'm going to head on out of here. It's not going to be good for my health. That's the big point. I want to talk about the similarities, though. As you mentioned briefly, it was similar. But if you really look at it, it was eerily similar. I want to say the only difference was Hall of Fame got going a little bit earlier. They did... Oh... Oh my god.
No way. Okay.
Jeez, you've got to be kidding me. Let me speak, guys. Come on. Yukeen, all that's left, takes so much damage from the snake bite. Fancy does not land a shot. It's going to be headshot from the Classic to get the job done. 13 HP now, and T-Bite takes us down. But as I was talking about, it's been eerily similar. The only difference is Hall of Fame got it going a little earlier, and that just spells bad news for Red Flag.
Absolutely. I mean, bad news indeed. These guys have what it takes to win the game, and these guys are doing what it takes to win the game. I mean, 7-6 now. If we remember what the previous highest score was, I mean, it was a solid 7-3. So losing 3 rounds in a row, not where you want to be. Look at this, though. We are seeing some players buy, but this is a full save. They are not repeating what Hall of Fame did by forcing up and giving up a few early rounds there, in my opinion.
Learn from your own mistakes, but also learn from your opponent's mistakes. This is important. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're saving up. They might lose this round, but it'll be fine because everything will be tied up. Simulate going to use this round as an excuse to just farm the entire red flag team. Give them one with the Guardian, another with the paint shell.
Spike planted.
And they're looking for a third camping in this smoke.
Looking for it, and dang well might get it. Uh-oh, up close. Guardian jumping right click, shuts down even a potential at an ace. And now it's just Yukine, again, the last player standing as the game gets tied 7-7 with 4 players left standing as well. Beautiful job. So, are we seeing a comeback? Yes. Are we about to see a bonus round where one team has an insanely superior weapon choice? Also, yes.
That we are. We're likely going to see 5 rifles to 1 big rifle and 2 of the secondary rifles, a Bulldog and a Guardian, of course. Boda and Z's, the edgy teens with the Spectres and Heavies, which it's not the worst choice in the world. I personally love myself a good Spectre and Heavy Shield type of day. But is it going to compete with the 5 rifles and Heavy Shields? That seems to be known. It can. If you play the situations right, it absolutely can. But is it going to? It's been 4 rounds in a row for Hall of Fame, so I'm not going to count it out. But I'm also not going to say it's going to happen.
Spike down.
Yeah, well, what is going to happen is Vanseed getting Animal down. Click shift now pushing into a molly. Takes a little bit of damage, only 15. But with 15 damage taken, it's about how this player is going to be able to be an entry now. I like this position. They are giving it away, but the spike in an awkward spot and a big flank getting shut down by a wonderful shot by Rice Ballin. This is looking great for the side of attack, but bad timing is everything in this game.
Overzealousness is the name of T-Bite's game. It's unfortunate there. Could have got his one and got done. But now it's a 3v3 with the guns heavily in favor of Red Flag. Fancy's still here. Catches one off guard. Can they get the second? No, they can't, but Simulate absolutely can. And that Spike! Why would you push up so far with Spike?
Maybe they were bored. Who knows? But what I am seeing now is that they're going to have to really wake up to the smell the roses. One shot from there. That's click shift. Do it again, but you can't against Guardian. And they just won their bonus round.
That makes 5 in a row for Hall of Fame, Edu. The lead has been stolen away. The comeback is absolutely on. And look at the economy of Red Flag. Say it with me. In shambles.
Sorry, I was going to say it with you, but I didn't know what word you were saying.
Sorry. We'll do it one more time on 3. 1, 2, 3. In shambles.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right.
Welcome.
It's hard to say it with you when I'm not really with you. But with that in mind,
you mean you don't have mind reading powers?
I do, but they don't work over Discord.
Ah.
Yeah. So at a LAN, we'll be fine. But talking about these guys going to LAN, I think honestly with how Hall of Fame is playing, they are good enough to definitely perform the same there. So let's see what they can do as we are now watching them run it down. Simulate, ready with a nade, and lots of damage onto Duka. This is already looking great, and if that bomb just barely starts getting planted, you know we're about to see a showstopper.
Oh, of course. I would love to see a showstopper. Let's also take a look at Vance's orbital strike. I mean, that key has been put to work today. Only 2 orbs away as well. But we're not going to probably see it this round. Maybe next. Animal takes some damage. Everyone bundled up. Oh, no. It's a kill box. It is a kill box for Hall of Fame. Flawless round. A massive blunder on the barrier orb. And they do not lose anything at all. And they are starting to break the bank. Red Flag on the edge of failure.
Yeah, I mean, that pickup from Animal to put that box down, yes, it was a good option if they can walk on it together, but because that smoke blocked the vision, they weren't on it. They were under it to the side of it, inside of a, as you said, kill box, and it was a massacre. Look at how aggressive the defense is now. They're just going for it. Let's see if Chick. Oh, click. He's actually going to jump over, but can't jump over that one.
Not quite, Vancy. Nice shot. Cannot jump over it is click shift. Starts this round out with the advantage, but the advantage doesn't last too long. T-Bite gets caught off guard. Rice Ballin going to put this spike down pretty easily. Toxic Screen gonna fall. 1 for 1. Could have been a lot worse. Seekers now coming out. Up to this retake. Spike is posted up in the back of the site. It's gonna make it a little bit easier on this hold. And if Rice Ballin can just keep popping off, makes it a lot easier for everyone else. This could be their round pretty easily. Rice Ballin gonna see Simulate there. Catches them with the Trailblazer headshot. 4K. 8-9 will be our score.
Okay, well, they broke the streak of, what, 6 rounds in a row, so that's good. But can they keep that streak broken? Can they keep the puzzle apart? Are we not going to see it get pieced back together? And we're seeing now a timeout, but this timeout is, I believe, being called by the side of Attack. Very strange to see them call it right afterwards. So that's what we need to be seeing. That's the kind of gameplay that we have, just piling these players on. But with that in mind, I'm looking forward to what these teammates are going to be talking to each other about what the strat is. And this is actually called by the coach, ggR. So what's your thoughts about ggR being the guy who says, this is the new strat, follow it?
I think they call this timeout, honestly, just to throw a wrench in the fundamentals of the game, because no one calls a timeout after winning a round. You call a timeout after losing 4 or 5 in a row. But no, not ggR. Let's throw a wrench in the plans of Hall of Fame. They were not expecting this. They were expecting it like 3 rounds ago. ggR acting as a 6th man, trying to get into the mental and just try to unravel anything that they can. It might not be a massive change, but even if it's just enough to make these Hall of Fame players think to themselves, say, hey, that's kind of weird, that might just be enough. When it's this close and it's this level of play, any little bit of advantage might be enough.
Yeah, any bit could be enough, but these guys have the opportunity to keep that advantage for however long. I mean, this isn't Harry Potter. You don't just catch a golden snitch and win the game. You have to catch 13 in a row, and Simulate catching out click shifts definitely going to make it so they're closer to the goal. This is what you need to be seeing, and now it is a 4-5. So with this kind of gameplay in our way, I only can point out the fact that I love what we're seeing from the defense, and I don't want to stop watching it from the defense. I would like to, however, see some more from Attack. Neither side on Attack have done a great job.
Really haven't. The defense has been really cooking at this game. And I mean, depends on who you ask, but Bind can absolutely be viewed as a defensive heavy map. But one of these teams definitely been a little bit better on defense. And that team has been Hall of Fame. I mean, they won their first 4 defensive outings, only dropping 1 on their 5th. And it looks like it's not going to take too long to get right back onto the win train, as they got a 5v2 standing right in front of them at the moment.
And Z's looking to play anti-flash here, waiting for that sky flash, which is a smart play to do, but
30 seconds
isn't actually
left.
going to get spotted out there. So if anybody was wondering why staring at a wall is a good strategy, you don't get flashed if you're looking at a wall, but you might have to flash soon, as this team needs to try to get something pushed in. But Animal now walking out and getting walked on, and the op shots from Simulate add up to 4 in total. This is now double digits on the board here, Star.
Double digits, 10-8. And it'll be another mixed buy from ggRedFlag. And the deeper we go, the more risky that these buys get. Sure, you have a couple of players that can buy up, but is it worth it? You don't want to keep playing on these wonky, balanced, asymmetric buys. You want to buy with your team. You don't want to have 2 players buy Vandals and the rest buy Pistols. That's why we got a couple with rifles, and then we got 3 with less than. 1 with an SMG and 2 with classics.
2 with classics. Nade now coming out. Simulate, though. Uh-oh. This is a lot of damage being taken, but it doesn't matter how much damage you have taken, as long as you have a Sky to heal him up. But wait. No way. Oh my god, no way. He was able to pull out, but is he able to reset? No! Rice Ball and running gun and 1 tap and doing it again, but it's the jump in classic to shut them down. Now it's only 2 players remaining on defense. Young almost died pushing into that. Uh-oh. And there it is. Defense. They're not done. Ultimates might be able to finish them off, but again, they know where these players are. Good luck, have fun. Bomb is theirs.
Duca needs to be the hero.
Down.
This round, absolutely pure feared. 43 seconds to go. Might try to rotate around, and I think they heard the run. That just means they know where they're coming from. They're not going to be coming from Hook anymore. They're going to hear the footsteps coming from Long, and that's exactly what Fancy does.
30 seconds left.
Takes them pot shots, doesn't land them, but clock is ticking. As long as they don't throw the 1v2, they're going to be on 11. Just needs to swing at the same time. Force a crossroads. Force a bad angle for Duca, and that's what Fancy does. 11-8 is our score. Edu, 2 rounds away, and we'll have our 50th Valorant champion.
Wow. 50th week here. $250th of the day. And these guys are ready to just rock it down. But you guys can do the math. 50 weeks, minimum of $100. That's a whole lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money to be going to the tier 3 scene. So again, special shout out to Frost and all of our producers, as this game could be coming to an end here. We gotta say, special thank you to all the teams who've made it this far, all the teams who have participated in Frost over the year. And also, thank you to everybody at production and our sponsors, Lagger and Latency, and anybody in between that would like to become a sponsor. Your ad can be shown anytime you want. Just check out Maverick. But let's see what Z's can do. That's what he can do.
Z's can get a frag. That's what Z's can do. Viper battle is won. Yet again, the B site's going to be under attacker control. They're going to need to do a little bit more. It'll be a 4 versus 2. We do see Raze chopped down to a pretty low HP, but the sky is, of course, still there. Smoked off, but now the smoke has dissipated. The blast pack coming in. The frag still coming on out. Give them one more frag. Another chance for Red Flag to keep it on up. And the jig's not quite done just yet. 9-11 is our score. And they're right on the verge of double digits.
All right. Well, on the verge of double digits for one side, while we already have one team on the verge of match point advantage on the other side. So both teams have an objective in mind, but one is still 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds till GG, and really close to setting this up. So let's see what else they can do. Let's see what else these guys can have really start just dealing the damage and push these guys together. So let's find out. Yukine and the rest of their team with the spike, however, is going to find out that you're not going A. It has to be a B push. But why am I seeing such early rotations?
Towards an orb emitting.
That seems to be known. Got Red Flag with an almost full buy. Duca and click shifts on light shields. But hey, when you can just land the headshots, doesn't matter how much shield you have. Doesn't take damage. Don't need any shield. And company now with a 1-man advantage. The defense you're going to need to keep on holding a little harder. Simulate, of course, playing with the operator from heaven. Would like to land a shot right here. 45 seconds to do so. A lot of time for the attackers as the smoke just keeps on getting worse and worse. Simulate can't find anyone. But now they do, and now Showstopper comes out, and there's the shot, but it doesn't land. Spikes down, 1 man down. Duca makes it 2, 3, mind you. Maybe 4th. Simulate has the operator. Shot does not land. Simulate gonna run away. Check out my watch. I think it's game time.
Wow. I mean, check your watch. It's game time. More like save time. With Simulate now running
Game
away
time.
here. Sorry, say that again?
Jame time. Jame time.
What the heck is a Jame?
Jame.
Who's
CS
Jame?
pro. He always saves his op in like situations he shouldn't.
Yeah, sorry. I got confused for a second because I was thinking like LeBron James for a minute.
Sorry. My references are a little too bland. I'm sorry.
Just some good old hard yakka.
A little too.
Between us and victory.
You know what I'm talking about. A little too obscure.
Yeah. Oh, it's all good. It's an obscure reference. I mean, it started with Marty Robbins, then it went into Brazil, and then it came to James. I mean,
I'd like to apologize to everyone in chat. I'm in a mood today. talk about
in
the
an
economy.
obscure referencing mood. Yeah, let's talk about the economy. Right now, I'm trying to find an apartment. It is a pain in the butt. Unless you're talking about Valorant.
I was talking about the Valorant economy. Hall of Fame, after doing so well, they are now on the bottom. Everybody full buying except for Z's, who has a judge shotgun coming out here.
I mean, the judge is okay. It's a nice gun. You can go people. You can just shoot the people. You know?
Screen down.
That is true, but I don't know if I'd like to see it here. It is on bind, though, so a lot
It's a
can be
bind.
done with the judge on bind.
Yeah,
Close
I mean,
range, especially right there, especially in lamps. Z's gets a little overzealous. Hall of Fame, they're getting so close. They can't let up just yet. They got one frag, fall off. Don't keep pushing forward sometimes.
Yeah, and you got to just stop sometimes against this defensive team, and they managed to take the cake. But here we go. The bomb now getting planted perfectly here. But talk about planted. Animal gets a bullet planted deep within their cranium, and that's Rice Ballin getting the trade. But the nade finally comes out from Simulate and will be able to do a little bit of damage. And when you do damage to Sky, that's permanent. And Yuki now down. And this is match point advantage already. We're seeing the bomb now getting defused, and it's 10-12 on the scoreboard as this team is cooking and brewing up something good. That was a round they had to win. They invested a lot of money into Ops, Vandals, and whatever they can really scrounge together.
Match point for map 2. Edu Champions point. Frost Esports, everyone in chat, let's get hyped. This might just be the last round of Valorant of the night. It's all going to come down to how this Hall of Fame team plays, how this red flag offense can disrupt. Either way, if this is the last round, I'm going to thank everyone for joining us because this has been fantastic. Round number 23 of Bind. Edu, let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's get this going as it's now an Odin getting it going down on showers, making sure to clean anything, because sometimes the best way to make sure something's clean is if you eviscerate the beautiful amount of utility in between. Now, let's see all of these guys just rocking it in. It's a triple stack over on A, a double stack over on B, one hookah, one garden, and hopefully trying to just find these picks. D1 Duca. I like the positioning from them. I like what we're seeing, but you have to see what's going to go down next. As still, no one on the attack has really split themselves off yet into a offensive position. They're taking it slow, hoping that defense just plays poor and gets too aggressive when they shouldn't. And defense hasn't done that in about 5 rounds. So they're waiting for a golden egg right now, a golden goose. And
I
case
come
in
back
point,
to bite them.
it will. I mean, click shift already down. And an ultimate to try to stop some people from planning, but it wasn't even being there.
Spike goes down, but there's a one-man advantage for the defense. Hall of Fame has the aggressive advantage because the raise is done. Boda, headshots onto Animal, do land. And it's just take your time. One more shot, one more kill, one more Australian left. It's up to Rice Ballin. Body shots galore. GG's. And we're done. We have our champion.
Defenders win.
And with our champion being crowned, Nick gave us a great view to send us off. And that's the end for today, but not the end for what we have to say, as it is now another great round. Nick's laughing in my ear. Thank you for the angle of Viper, but let's see the angle that this Viper took. 18-16, really great attempt. A great game from ggRedFlag, a better game from Hall of Fame. And that is what we have for tonight. So congratulations. One team walks away with 75. The other says, I'm going to add 100 to that at 175 with a lot of pride on the line. But Star, it's been an honor. It's been fun. The 50th is done.
50th is done. And man, we just got so many thank yous. Honestly, we cannot thank everyone, but we're going to thank whoever we can. Let's reveal the trophy. Hall of Fame. Frost Esports Whiteout champion. After making their way off stream through everyone else, they take the dub against Red Flag, who we thought would have an easy round and an easy way into the trophy. But it's not happening just yet. And to bring us back to our thank you. Thank you to everyone watching. Thank you to the production staff. everyone else on staff, of course, sponsors, Lagger, Playchart, Latency, everyone else. And if you want to sponsor these events, make sure to hit us up because we'd be more than happy to have you. And Edu, thank you for joining me on this wonderful night of Valorant.
Absolutely, my friend Starcoin. But it's not just over yet. We have to shout out specific people. Nick NCS. If you guys don't know who Nick is, he's from the UK, does all of our production, make sure that the show runs well, make sure that this trophy over there, not over there, yeah, right there, looks great. So honestly, it's always nice to have a wonderful production team behind the scenes. Senta, thank you for being an admin. Thank you to all the admins behind the scene. And of course, thank you to all the teams that have participated over the last 50 weeks. We've probably had over 1,000 or maybe even 2,000 different players. 50 weeks is a lot of potential for people to be there. So an amazing job to see all of these guys being able to compete. An amazing job for you as well, Starcoin, being a co-caster with me. And leads me to my next point. Starcoin, if anybody wants to hear your casting over their video game, where can they find you at?
You can find me right down here. Starcoin Hero on Twitter. Hit me up. DM's always open. Where is it? There it is, right down there.
Yeah.
And Edu, what about yourself? You have done an amazing job. I'm sure there'd be a ton of people in this chat that would want to see you cast over their event. Where can they find you?
Well, you guys can actually find me at Twitter at Educatinator using my link below. And on there is my website, education.xyz. It's just education with a U in it because you should be there. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. Congratulations to everybody. And we'll see you next time at week number 51. Have a great night.
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's cold and losing my control. The light is gone, the night has come, it's crazy now. The night is gone, I wish that you could save me from my isolation. My eyes are complicated. I stop this conversation. It's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation.